Good morning. Good morning, Elise. Hi. Hello, hello. Let me... There you go, Elise. What is going on? What is up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hello, Deb. Hello. I am just now getting started. So, yeah. Good morning. Good morrow. Good morrow. What's up, OG Grandma? How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Man, what's up, Henry Quinn? Hello from Ireland. Man, whole different world over there. A whole new world. God bless everyone from the UK. What's up, Darren? From the UK. Good to have you. Hey, current debate at work is 6-day-old stew in the fridge safe to eat? I mean, you're just rolling the die at that point, man. What's the talk today? The talk today, what's up, dude? What's up, dude? The talk today is we're going to be, sing it. We're going to be talking about creation, just like what we've been talking about. And so that's going to be the topic today. We're going to be covering Genesis chapter 1, but we're going to be hitting some things that we didn't hit last time. Everything kind of got thrown out of whack because last time we touched on some stuff, and we normally don't touch on new things until Tuesdays. Tuesdays are normally the days where we do new things, but we kind of did that last time on Friday. So things are kind of out of whack right now. So I think we'll just we'll get back in sync after this study today. Hello, Amber. What is going on, Katie? Hi, Lori. Hello. What's up, Stevie? How you doing? Hello. My vote was no. Yeah. Oh, man. Well, I'm live on YouTube right now. If somebody wouldn't mind going over there and letting me know if you can, thumbs up. If somebody would let me know if you can actually see it, because I've been having a lot of trouble on YouTube lately. And so if you can just let me know if it's actually working, that would be awesome. Katie, good morning. Beef and unclear as the fridge temperature. Oh man. Yep. Well, you know what? There's only one way to find out, and that's by just doing it, man. You just gotta do it. You just gotta send it. And I'm only saying this because I wouldn't do it, but you know, you do you, and you know what? I wish you the best of luck. I can't wait to find out if it was the right call or not. Oh man. That's funny. Is this stew good enough? We're not really sure. We're undecided. How can somebody? We need an adult. YouTube says upcoming. Really fascinating. Oh, I'm telling you what. Why does it say that? I should be live right now. Should be live. Not working over there. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, nope. Okay. Fascinating. That is just, I was having high hopes. Oh, somebody's here. Hello, anyways. All right. Well, if it's not working, that's iffy. Better to be safe and skip it. Yeah. Man, that's such a bummer, man. It's working over here. Are you, Shannon? Are you on YouTube? You said YouTube is working for you, or are you just talking about on TikTok? I'm wondering about YouTube. Is it working? Which one were you talking about, Shannon? Does YouTube know about the stew? Hello, Gina. Good morning. Jesus is God. Hello. Not working. Okay. TikTok is working. Okay, yeah. Mine says waiting on Ryan on YouTube. I'm telling you what. Like, what do I need to do here? I am blown away by this. Okay. Well, Well, okay. I don't know. Okay. Sorry about that. It's blown away. Blown away. Try this. Sorry about that, guys. You guys go get a coffee and we'll be right back after these messages. Okay. I'm just throwing some stuff in here. Just let me see if I can go live. We'll try it one more time because I was talking to my internet provider yesterday and got some things figured out, and so I kind of was hoping that would have solved it, thinking that it might have been because of slow speeds or something like that. And so after they did their wizardry, I was kind of hoping that it would work. And so it shows that I'm alive on my end, but you guys can't see it. So that's kind of not really helpful. What's up, Dinkus brother? Well, how you doing? All right, we'll try this one more time. Going live. We'll see what happens. Going live. You're live. You're live. Your connection is unstable. Please wait while we try reconnecting. Very neat. I have no idea. Okay. Nope. Hello, Mocha. We see you here. Okay, very cool. Thank you. All right, so I just went live again on YouTube. I don't know if it's working. If it's not working, then we will just disregard it completely. Not yet, Amber says. Okay. Hey, thank you, Gina. It's not working. All right. Man. Right when you think you got something figured out, and then you don't. I'm just gonna lose my mind. I don't know. All right, we'll just close this thing all down all together. I even did like a test run. I even went live privately, and it was like, you're live. And I was like, yay, it's working. We did it, huzzah. Good morning, Tammy, hello. And then here we are, figuring it out. And we see that it's actually not working. So when I went live by myself, a test run, and so it was just me just talking to myself. It was just, I just don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. It's just crazy. Oh man, your shirt. What's going on? Yeah, this shirt is, it's actually something new. I just posted some new stuff on YouTube's rough. Hey, thank you, Kat. You're awesome. Who's awesome? You're awesome. Yeah, YouTube is, I don't know, man. I have no idea why that is happening. So that's a huge bummer. But it is what it is. At least we have TikTok, and that is good, which I will take what I can get. So seems like this is what we can get. Take what we can get. Okay, let's see here. All right, this is fine. Everybody just needs to calm down. Just calm down. Just get it out. All right. That's okay. That's all right. Okay. Sorry about that. The first couple minutes are always a little strange. We just get all kinds of weird up in here, which is completely fine. But we're fine. We're okay now. Calm down. Just calm down. LOL. Yes. Hello. Good morning. Pika's mom. Hello. Hello. Sandy. Hello. Hey, Lisa. Thank you so much for the rose. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Yeah, so here we are. Now that we figured out that it's still not working. Hey, thank you, OG Grandma. Thank you so much, Tyson. Thank you guys for those roses. Very kind. Thank you so much. We're gonna be talking about the book of Genesis today. I don't know if you guys were here. Has anybody been here for all of the studies so far, or no? I'm always curious about who's been here for what and whatnot, because sometimes we talk about things over and over again. Good morning, Nancy. Hello. Good to see you, Tammy, and Pika's mom, and Sandy. Man, people in the house. You missed number 1. That's okay, Tammy. Me. But I missed a bit on Friday. That's okay. Not for the lives, but I end up watching them later on YouTube. Very cool, Lisa. Yes, but I have to get back to work now. Okay, Sandy, well, thanks for coming in and stopping in and saying hello. I'm still working in them. Very awesome, very awesome. Button YouTube. Me, Katie says. Very cool. All right. Sheesh. What's up, Nate? How you doing, big dog? YouTube for me too. Nice, Mocha. Well, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. I've been here for your sword drills. Yeah, get ready for the sword drills. That's like one of my favorite things about this is that we are getting, or at least I am, and I'm sure many of you are as well. We're getting very, very familiar with our Bibles, which I think is really awesome. I think that is so very important. It's kind of like if I hand you a weapon or something like that, you need to know how to do everything on that. And so you need to know what this does. If I do this, if I pull this out, this comes open, and then I pull this, and so that's kind of like what we're doing here in the Bible. Sword camp vibes, sword drill time. Yes, absolutely. And it's just a good time diving in. And, we literally are searching the scriptures, and that's one of the coolest things. Every time I think about it, I'm like, how awesome is this? Verse by verse is the way to go. I think that's a really, really good way, a solid way of learning. And so that's why we do that, obviously. But it's really cool. And so if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We're just going through the Bible. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles. We have done Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter. We just finished the book of Revelation again, and now we are going into the book of Genesis. And the book of Genesis is such an interesting study. We've done like 3 studies in Genesis already, and we're like 8 verses in, but it's very important to do a good I think it's good to really spend some time here, because if you spend time here in the Genesis chapter 1, the reason why it's good to spend time there is because it's so foundational. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. It is so foundational. If you have a problem with Genesis chapter 1, then it's going to, just get worse and worse as you continue on reading the Bible. And so Genesis chapter 1, where it talks about creation, if you believe in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, then you shouldn't have an issue with anything else in the Bible. If you believe Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, if you believe that, then everything else should just be a natural, easy thing to, to believe in. But there's a lot of people who attack Genesis chapter 1, and it's because if they can get you to doubt something in Genesis chapter 1, then it's going to have a ripple effect throughout your rest of your studies, and so that's why it's good to dive in there. Hello, Felicia. Hello, Falana. Hello. Sorry if you guys like YouTube. YouTube has just been a burden lately, so it's not working for me. So I just tried that. It did not work out, and I apologize for that. But I will be uploading all of these to YouTube, and you can go back and rewatch them, or slow down, or whatever, or fast forward, rewind, put it in 1.5 speed mode, just to kind of do a speed listen if you want to. Here for the firmament discussion lesson, you getting into Genesis 1 through 6 through 8 today? Yeah, absolutely. We'll be talking about the firmament. We kind of touched on that a little bit, but that's definitely going to be something that we are going to touch on. We kind of covered a little bit about that before, but we will definitely be hitting that again. We did that on Friday, and so we're going to be doing it again here today. But just a little recap on some of the things that we talked about. It says there's a couple words that we focused on before. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, in the beginning, God created. Now, those three words in Hebrew is Bereshit, Bara Elohim. And there's a lot of really cool things there. In the beginning, God created. And so if you pay attention to what's going on there, and in the beginning, in the beginning, in the beginning. And so if you read Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, what you find is that there is everything you need. God created the heavens and the earth. So in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, you see God creating time. Thank you, Krista. God creating time in the beginning. That's God creating time. He literally flung the world into existence. If you want to try to visualize something, he flung it into existence. It's remarkable. And so in the beginning, God created the heavens. So in the beginning, time, he created the heavens, which is space, and the earth, matter. And so in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, you see God creating time, space, and matter, which is really, really cool. And that's fundamental. And so there's a lot of people who want to attack that. Hello, Bridget. Hello. What's up, Sam? How you doing? And so when you recognize that that is God, that's what he's doing. I was thinking about doing a video just on TikTok, just on the creator. Because if you chase and you pull on that thread, the creator, what you find is that it's a topic that is drilled into the hearts and minds in the Old Testament, and it's in the New as well, but it's specifically in the Old Testament, which I think is really, really foundational. But it's something that we need to pay attention to. You know how? Good morning, hello. Good morning. You know how if in a certain verse, if God is talking about a certain thing, how he says it at least 2 times. If he says something 2 times, you need to pay attention to it. If he says it 3 times, then it's really, really important. Well, that's kind of like what it is with the creation aspect, because it's not just in Genesis, it's all over the place. And so, I actually typed in the word, I think it was the word created or creator, and I think it's actually creator. And I think that's actually used 7 times in the Bible, which I thought was pretty provocative because, of the number 7. But anyways, that is something we need to be very, very sensitive to. God as the creator, God in his role as the creator is something that he values. It is something that is very important to him, and that's why he keeps bringing it up. And so this is why it's important to pay attention to the world today, because what the world wants to tell everybody is that you and I came from an amoeba, or you and I came from a monkey or something. We evolved and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, no. That doesn't make any sense. But it does make sense when you recognize that this is a fallen world and Satan is the god of this world, and he wants to attack your heart and he wants to attack your mind. And so the battleground in our world right now is that he wants you to think that this is all worth nothing and that this is all an accident. Because if he can get you to think that this is all an accident, then you're going to live your life in a way that reflects that. And so if you believe that we are here by accident and there is no God, then you will see, thank you, Sam, you're going to see that reflection in their lifestyle and their life decisions. They're going to be able to say things and do things, and you'll be able to watch people's actions, and you'll be like, you only are doing that because you're living under this umbrella of deception. And so there's a lot of people who are lost right now, and it's really, really difficult to love on them because of how they come across or how they act or how they say things or the tone or whatever they say to you and I. But it is just so vital for you and I to just have a heart for these lost people, because that's what they are. Like when you have a child and you're holding a child and they start screaming and you're just like, somebody take this baby. You want to give the baby away. Thank you, Falana. It's kind of like that. Like we need to love on that person because, they might not be able to hear what we're saying, but they're going to be able to see what we're doing. And so that's why our actions need to reflect what our words say. You can walk the walk and talk the talk, but your walk talks louder than your talk talks. And so people are watching you. And so when we're dealing with other adults in the world who are lost, who do not know Jesus as their Lord and Savior, thank you, Bridget, we need to humble ourselves and meet them where they're at if we have that option, if we have that opportunity to, because that's a lost soul that we're dealing with. And then obviously you can be you can judge and see how far that needs to go before, you kind of just like, okay, I'm just going to, I'm not going to bring it up again. We need to do what we can do, but we can only do what we can do. And that's it. We can't force somebody to put their faith in Jesus Christ. We can't do that. But we can tell them about him, and we can tell them about what he did for you and what he did for me. And so when you tell somebody about what Jesus did for you, then all of a sudden everything changes, because then all of a sudden you're not talking to them directly. You're talking about yourself, and you're talking about the good news and how lost you were and how much of a savior you needed. And so this all goes back to the Bible, and specifically Genesis. But Genesis is the book of beginnings. And so what I want you to remember as you keep on reading, I want you to remember that the Bible is about a wedding. This is a love story. And we've talked about this when we went through Genesis chapter 1. When you look at the Bible as a love story, you're like, well, wait a second. Why is this a love story? Well, remember what we talked about during the first study. During the first study, we talked about how if you ever watch a romantic comedy, basically what happens there is in the beginning of the movie, you have the guy and the girl. They meet each other, and then some drama happens in the in the middle, and then as you go on to the end, you see that the guy and the girl end up getting together. And so that is really, really cool. Thank you, Sandy, for the rose. And it's really cool to see how that is how movies are depicted, and that's exactly what's going on here. Thank you, Sandy. That's what's happening here. It's about the reason why I say that is because if you skip to the end of the book, what you're going to find is that the end, the book of Revelation, is centered. The centerpiece is about a wedding. It's about a marriage ceremony. Behold, the bride, the Lamb's wife, and you're just like, this is exciting. And so when you see how the movie ends and it's ending with a marriage theme, then you're just like, holy smokes, did we just read about a whole romantic comedy? Just to kind of put it in layman's terms. There is so much going on here, but it's about a love story. And the love story is what Jesus did. He sees you and I, his creation, he sees us fall. And then when we fall, he's like, I got to do something. And so he dove in after us. Thank you, Victoria. I want you to imagine you are on a ship. Thank you, Diane. I want you to imagine you're on a ship and that you fall overboard and you go, yay! And then you do like a swan dive and you land in the water, but then the boat starts sailing away, but you're all the way back here in the water just bobbing around. And then I want you to imagine somebody jumps in after you and then comes to you and gets you. That's exactly what he did. So Jesus, he made us, we messed up, we fell overboard, and he dove in after us. Now, there's some people who are like fighting him and saying, no, get away from me. I don't want a life jacket. I don't want a life vest. I don't want to be put into the lifeboat. He's like, no, he's like, get away from me, get away. And that's what's going on in our world today. There's a lot of people who are rejecting Jesus, but it's important to understand what 2 Peter chapter 2 talks about, because he says Jesus bought them too. Even the false teachers and the false prophets, all of those people in 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 1, you see that God paid for them as well. And so if God paid for them, then we need to love them because he loved us. And so this is why it's important. Thank you, Philana. This is why it's important to remember that such were some of you, as Paul says. We need to remember, like, it's so easy to look out into the world and be like, I don't care about these people. Like, you got, like, it's not even worth it. It's not even worth my time. I already know how it's going to work. But what the thing is that we don't know. We assume. And so then we don't even try because we already made up our own assumption. And we're like, okay, you're not even worth my time. But it is worth your time. And so this is why you and I are on a rescue mission. And I want you to remember that. If you are a born again believer, if you're born again, you and I are on a rescue mission. We're literally walking through the woods, just like searching and being like, hello, is there anybody out there? Which is why it's so interesting, because in Revelation chapter 3 in the Laodicean church, Jesus is outside the church and he's knocking and he's like, if there's anybody in there, can anybody hear me? I'm outside. You guys are in a building that you call the church. He's like, but I'm out here. He's like, hello, can anybody hear me? And so it's unbelievable when you remember what it's all about. And so we need to remember how much God loved us because, it's difficult loving people. It really is. It's difficult to love people, which is why I think agape is the last thing that Peter talks about in 2 Peter, I think it is, where he says, add to your faith virtue, to your virtue knowledge, to your knowledge self-control. He goes all the way down and then he ends with agape, because I think it's the most difficult to get to achieve. Like when you love somebody in the agape kind of manner, it changes everything. It is so insanely difficult, but Jesus loved you and he loved me. And then here we go again in our own way of rationalizing things. We're like, well, I wasn't that difficult to love. I mean, just look at me. I'm just like, everybody loves me. No. No, it's important to remember that such were some of you. And so if Jesus did what he did for you and he views you the same way he views him or her, even though they look really bad, we need to remember what we were saved from, because we were saved from the same thing. We were plucked as a brand from the fire. And so it is vital to remember that, especially in the world that we're living on right now. And so I just want you to be sensitive to that. But diving into the book of Genesis, doing a little bit of a recap, I think it's important to remember that in the beginning, God, Bereshit bara Elohim, God created. Created is something that word there, bara, is unique to God. It is something that is just unique to him and what he can do. We talked about in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 2, when we were covering that, how God creating is something that he has been doing. And like when he created the heavens, created the earth, he created the wind, the cosmic forces, he created and takes care of Israel. Like this is what he's doing. And so there's people who say that he didn't do those things. And so it's just a huge slap in the face. And so that's a huge lie. I want you to look around. Like there's a whole bunch of people walking around in our world right now with blindfolds on because they do not recognize God as the creator. But Psalm chapter 19 talks about how the heavens declare the glory of God. It is the glory. It is his glory. The heavens, the creation, is crying out about the creator. And so we need to be sensitive to that. And if we're sensitive to that, and we recognize how creation is huge. In Romans chapter 1, when you see how people worship the creature rather than the creator, it's just like, this is ridiculous. And like, who in their right mind would ever do that? If I put a little image, like an image of myself, like let's say that this is me, like a little Barbie doll of Ryan, and I'm like, hey, go ahead and worship this. You would never do that. You'd be like, that's ridiculous, and I'm never going to fall for it. But the thing is that there is somebody who's going to fall for that sometime in the future, and that's going to be in the middle of the tribulation when the false prophet puts the abomination of desolation inside the third temple. And he's going to cause everybody to worship that image. And so it's really, really crazy, like thank you, Proud Mama. It's really crazy. Thank you for that chicken, Nate. It says naughty chicken. Oh, that's hilarious. So it's just wild to see. Like when you word it a certain kind of way, you're just like, wait a second, nobody in their right mind would ever fall for such a thing. Well, yeah, you wouldn't fall for such a thing if it's worded in that kind of way. But the thing is that people will end up falling for it, which is really fascinating because when you read Matthew 24, Jesus says multiple times, he says, see that you are not deceived. Thank you, Nate. See that you are not deceived. And so being deceived is, part of being deceived is that people don't know that they are deceived. And so they're walking around thinking that they're not deceived, but they actually are. In Matthew chapter 7, when Jesus is talking, thank you, Nate, when he's concluding his Sermon on the Mount, he says, many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not do all of these things in your name? And he will say, depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting destruction or fire. I never knew you. He didn't say, I once knew you and then forgot who you were. He's like, I never knew you to begin with. And so these people recognize who he is, but Jesus doesn't know who they are. He's like, you know me, but I don't know you. And that's why Paul says, now that you know God, or are rather known by God, then you get to see it a whole different way. It's like, I need him to know me. And so does he know you? And this is why, when you think about the whole adoption process, like in Roman terminology, if you got adopted back then, it was something that was undoable. If you were adopted and you became a son of somebody back then, it was something that was irreversible. And that was just common understanding. And so the same way that you and I are adopted, we become sons of God. And when we become sons of God, then all of a sudden everything changes because you are not who you once were. You used to look like this, but now you look like this. And so all of a sudden everything changes. And so when you recognize who you are, you need to reflect who you are. And when you reflect who you are giving glory to God. This is why let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. When you do those good works that you were created for, in Ephesians chapter 2, verse 10, when we do those good works, we are doing what he created us to do. And so the question is, are you doing what you were created to do? You, if you're a born-again believer, were created for this, and this, to accomplish all of these things. The question is, are you doing it? And so that's why I want to stir you up. And so that, even more so as you see the day approaching, because it seems like we can see that day approaching. And so we need to light a fire under our butts as born-again believers and start living like this actually matters. And I'm not saying that you're not doing it. I'm just saying that there are people who don't really care. The Bible is just like I got to go to church. They look at it as it's something that they have to do instead of rather as something that they get to do. And so we need to look at it as it's something that we get to do. And church is not meant to just feed you for the entire week. Church is just a one time once a week. You go to church for an hour, and that's just like the equivalent of going in the pantry and getting like a snack. You need to keep on feeding yourself throughout the entire week. But in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." The Imaginary Friend Fan Club. Hello, yes. Imaginary friends. Yes, absolutely. Most dubious. 100%. No. I'm totally kidding. You can hang out here though, but it's definitely not imaginary. It's remarkable. The Bible talks about in the book of Psalms, it says, the fool says in their heart, there is no God. That's really strong language. And so that's not me calling you that, Marva. I'm sure you are very kind and whatnot, but if you say that there is no God, then that is very foolish, and that's just me, quoting the book of Psalms. So you can take that how you will, but all of creation is basically evidence. Exhibit A. Evidence, the world, creator. There is a creator, and so we need to be sensitive to that. But Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." How amazing is that? Now, before we get to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, we'll talk on some things about what we talked about before. And some people believe that there is a little bit of a interval in between Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. Some people believe that there is an interval, a little itty-bitty interval. And so that interval is what is referred to as the gap theory. Now, I'm not saying that this gap theory is accurate. However, I do think that it holds some bearing and some weight and something that I think would be at least something to consider. But I want you to be, hello, Yogi. And so when you start unpacking that, I want you to recognize or be sensitive to that there are some people who say that the gap theory is millions and millions or billions of years long. I do not agree with that. I think that is completely wrong. I think in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and then shortly thereafter, he created it was a 6-day creation. So I think that little gap was literally for Satan to fall. I think Satan was there. I think he fell. I think it was a very, very short amount of time, and then he fell. The reason why this is even a conversation is because if you read the book of Genesis, you find when Adam and Eve are in the garden, Satan isn't even talked about for the first couple chapters, and then all of a sudden he exists. And so the question is, when did Satan fall? And so that's what the gap theory is basically kind of covering. And so it's just something to consider. And so the question on the table is, when did Satan fall? And so people postulate that it's between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis chapter 1:2, which is where they come up with this thing that is referred to as the gap theory. And so it does kind of check out because there are some other places in the Bible. Hello, Rachel. Thank you so much. There are other places in the Bible where verse 6 to verse 7, there's an interval there. We often talk about in Isaiah chapter 60 is one of them. Where Luke chapter 4, where Jesus is in the synagogue and he's teaching, he opens the book of Isaiah, he starts reading, and then he stops at a comma. Thank you, Philana and Mrs. Shelley. We talk about Revelation chapter 12, verse 6 and 7, where the child ascends up into heaven. And the very next verse talks about how Israel goes out into the wilderness for 1,260 days, which is 3.5 years. And so you see there are intervals in between verses. And so Genesis 1:1 and Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 and 1 verse 2 could be another one. I'm not being dogmatic on that. There's definitely some, wiggle room. It's just something to consider and to ponder. But we talked about Satan falling before. And the question is, when did Satan fall? Now, we had a whole study on Satan falling. We covered Ezekiel chapter 28, which I think was I think it's very good to at least consider some of those things that we talked about. Not saying that every single thing is accurate, but gives you an idea. Thank you for the donuts, Mrs. Shelley. And it's just something to consider. We kind of talked about the career of Satan, the career where he was the cherub that covers. He was a canopy over the throne of God. And he walked in the Garden of Eden, as you see in Ezekiel chapter 28. You were in the Garden of Eden when he's talking to the king of Tyre. And so it's really interesting when you start seeing all of this kind of stuff. You're like, how in the world, who is this king of Tyre that you're reading about in Ezekiel 28? Well, it's Lucifer. It's talking about Satan. And so Satan walked in the Garden of Eden before Satan fell. And so it's really remarkable thinking about this, because you're like, okay, what responsibility did Satan have back before he fell? Well, what we read about in Ezekiel 28 is that he was the cherub that covers. He was the overseer. He was the CEO of all of the other angels that existed. He was the top G. Like, he was the one saying, he's like, hey, this is what we're going to do. He was created perfect in all his ways, perfect in beauty and perfect in wisdom. I'm like, that is a deadly combination. Can you imagine standing in front of somebody who is perfect in wisdom and perfect in beauty? You're just like, sheesh, like that doesn't even make any sense to me. But that's how the Bible describes Satan. And so Satan wants you to think that he doesn't exist. And if you do think he does exist, he wants you to think that he's like a little red demon with a tail, with a pitchfork and like little horns coming out. It's like, no. Satan he's perfect in beauty. That is just unbelievable to consider. And so that's in Ezekiel chapter 28. But so after Satan fell, basically whenever he did fall, he lost that position. So he goes from being the canopy, the cherub that covers over the throne. You can read about that idea there in Ezekiel chapter 1. You can read about Satan walking in Eden in Ezekiel chapter 28. You can read about Satan falling in Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel chapter 28. And then after he fell, he's down here on the earth, but he's kind of like in between. He's the prince of the power of the air, And so if you imagine the world right here and heaven up here, Satan is like kind of like an in-between. Like, he has access to earth and he has access to heaven. So right now he can go back and forth, but he is the prince of the power of the air. And so he's constantly accusing you and I. He's accusing the brethren, if you're a born-again believer. You can read about that in Revelation chapter 12. He's accusing you, if you're a born-again believer, and he's accusing me. And you see that in Job chapter 1. In Job chapter 1, Satan goes before the Lord, and he basically starts accusing Job and saying, Job only does all of this kind of stuff because you give him all this other stuff. And you know how that story goes. But after sometime in the future, Satan's going to get kicked out of heaven. You read about that in Revelation chapter 12. Then he will be confined to the earth. And so when he's confined to the earth, which is yet future, he's going to be confined to the earth for 3.5 years. And so he's going to take out all of his anger on Israel, the woman, in Revelation 12. He's going to take out his anger on the woman for 3.5 years. And then the reason why he does that is because he knows his time is short. And so Satan recognizes that the fuse is lit, and he's like, oh man, this is about to go all bad. He's going to do everything he can to eliminate all the Jewish people, because the Jewish people are fundamental in God's plan. And so he's like, I'm going to try to eliminate all of them, because if I can eliminate all of them, then God will not return, because there's things that the Jewish people need to do in order for Jesus to return. There's a difference between the rapture and the second coming. The rapture is where you and I, the church, we are taken out of here. We meet him in the clouds. The second coming is when he comes back to the ground. He is the boots on the ground. His feet are literally touching the earth. So one is in the clouds, the other one is on the earth. And so that's the difference between the rapture and the second coming in a very elementary kind of synopsis. But As you continue going throughout Satan's career, you know at the end he's going to be bound in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years, which enters the millennial kingdom. And then after that, he's going to be released and he's going to go and deceive the world. And that is when he is going to fail. He's going to surround the camp of the saints and the beloved city. In Revelation chapter 20, you see that, and then fire comes out of heaven and devours all of them, and then there's the great white throne. But Satan he's the third person who is thrown into the lake of fire. The first two are the beast and the false prophet, and it's really kind of cool to understand how this whole timeline is, and it's just something that you can work with. But this goes back to Genesis chapter 1 and 2. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, "In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth." And then when you get to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, it says, "And the earth was without form and void." Now, the word that's interesting about that word there in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, where it says, "And the earth was without form and void," the word "was" can also be translated as "had become without form and void." And so again, this is something that you need to get into and kind of pop the hood and see which one makes the most sense to you, because you need to test all things and hold fast in that which is good. I don't know everything. I'm trying to get a whole bunch of ideas and try to like sift through a whole bunch of crap just so that we can get to that, like what makes the most sense in the whole picture, like a puzzle piece. Like if I take a puzzle piece and I try to make it go into a spot on the puzzle that it's not intended to go, then we're just going to have all kinds of problems throughout the rest of the puzzle. And so we won't get a clear picture. And so what we're trying to do is get a clear picture, but the main thing is always going to be the main thing. And the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. This is all secondary. We're just having fun, like learning more about Jesus. If you're a born again believer, how do you get to heaven? The reason why, or how you get to heaven, you need to understand the bad news first. The bad news is that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Paul tells us that in Romans 3:23, "For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God." So you recognize you're a sinner, and you recognize that you have fallen short of the glory of God, which means the goal from Paul's mind was to be with God. And so he's like, you're a sinner and you have fallen short from being with God. Then he goes on in Romans 6:23, and he says, "For the wages of sin is death." That's bad news. A whole bunch of bad news right here. You're a sinner, you fall short of the glory of God, and you're under the death penalty. Terrible stuff. But this is real. This is very, very real. And so when you recognize the severity of sin, then all of a sudden your life starts to change a little bit more. The problem in our world, at least here in America, is that sin isn't a big deal anymore. Nobody breaks their heart over sin. Nobody is just in anguish over their sin. Nobody is just like, I am so... like just this feeling of just like I can't. And so we need to like and because nobody else is living that way, then nobody is going to trend that way. It is unpopular to just think about sin and be like, this is terrible, and to call sin out. It is unpopular to do it, but we need to be very, very sensitive on how God views sin. And so when you recognize how God views sin, he's like, this is absolutely disgusting. And so you are hurting his name by living in it. If you claim to be a Christian, if you're a born again believer and you're continuing on in sin, you're hurting his name. Don't think about yourself. It's like, okay, yeah, whatever, you're struggling with this kind of stuff. No, think about him. Like I need to glorify the Lord. Like, I mean, when you see Isaiah in Isaiah chapter 6, when he's standing before God, he falls down on his face and he says, "Woe is me, for I am a man of unclean lips." That's the thing that came to his mind. His speech was what came to his mind. I am a man of unclean lips. So unless his breath just stank, no, I'm totally kidding, but he was sensitive. The very first thing, without anybody calling him out, the very first thing that he says is, "I'm a complete sinner." That was what was completely obvious at the time when he was standing before the Lord. And so it's so vital to recognize that we need to get rid of this stuff so that we can represent him so much more effectively. It is literally about him. It's not about you. That's one of the things I was talking about with my girls today. I was like, we need to recognize it's not about you. It is not about how you feel. It is not about what you're doing. It is about how you, whatever you're going through, glorify God. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but we need to recognize that. And thank you so much, Bridget. And so when you go back to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, I forgot to talk about how, the best part. How do you get to heaven? John 3:16, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. It is Jesus and what he did on the cross. It is his completed work on the cross that we are putting our faith into. We are putting our faith into him. It is for by grace you are saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. What an amazing message right there. Like, how awesome is that? What he did on the cross, the Creator, God Almighty, taking our place. It should have been you and I. Like, it should have been me under the death penalty, but he took my place. And so when we recognize that, and everything he did was for the entire world, even for those who reject him and who hate him, and all the people who laugh at him and call him an imaginary figure and stuff like that, he died for them too. And so we need to, that's where you and I, we need to recognize our part. If you're a born again believer, remember in the Gospels, Jesus said, "As my Father sent me, so send I you." He's talking to his disciples. If you are a disciple of Jesus, Jesus was sent by the Father. And then Jesus is like, just like how he sent me, he's like, now I'm sending you. And so the reason that he's sending you is because you and I are in the field. We are in the world. The field is the world. Wherever you are, you're working. Whether or not you're being a good worker or not, that is up to you. But my point is that if you're a born again believer, you are a worker in the field. And so the question is, are you doing what he wants you to be doing? Are you doing it? And so it's just something that we need to kind of shine a light on. But that's Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, and Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, you see that the Spirit hovered over the waters. And so when you see the Spirit hovering over the waters, it gets all kinds of really kind of cool, like kind of like a visual. And so we talked about this before, but it seems that the earth, before God brought dry ground up and all this kind of stuff, it seems that the earth was, before those 6 days of creation, was a watery planet. And so that's really interesting, thinking about the watery planet, because it says that the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. So that's kind of a cool visual. But what's really interesting about the entire thing is that in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, you have the word Elohim. In the beginning, God. So Bereshit bara Elohim. The word Elohim is in a plural sense. And so when you think about Elohim being in the plural sense, and you read God, and you're like, God is Elohim is God, but it's in the plural sense, it makes you kind of question why it's in the plural sense. And so what this word Elohim does is that it opens the door for the Trinity conversation. It doesn't prove the Trinity, but it opens the door for the Trinity. There are people who do not believe in the Trinity, which, I mean, those people just want to fight. They just want to fight you. Be like, I will fight you right now. But I believe in the Trinity. I believe in God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. I believe that they are three in persons, but they are one in being. And so that's an interesting thing to kind of wrap your mind around, because the question is, how does that even work? Well, the first thing that we need to recognize is that his ways are higher than our ways, and his thoughts are higher than our thoughts. We can't grasp. And so we need to be sensitive to that. In our world, in our mind, in my own selfish mind, I'm like, God, if I can't understand you, then you're not worth understanding. No. And thank you, Bridget. We need to recognize that we can't understand him. It's the equivalent of a mosquito coming up to you and flying right up here and just getting right up in your face and being like, oh, I think I got him figured out. It's like, no, you do not. No, you do not. You have no idea. And so it's really, really provocative when you read Revelation chapter 21, because in Revelation chapter 21, Revelation chapter 22, you read about the tree of life. And on that tree of life, there are 12 fruits. And so when you start thinking about this kind of stuff, everybody has an issue with God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, but they have no issue talking about a tree that has 12 individual, separate, unique fruits on them. And you're just like, okay, I guess this is just kind of, we're okay with this. We're okay with a tree, one single tree with 12 fruit. And so this whole idea kind of speaks to the dimensionalities that are around us. We have no concept about what is actually going on around us. And so with that understanding, and we look at the idea of the Trinity, we're like, man, we have a hard time wrapping our mind around that. And that's okay. That's okay, because we're not going to be able to understand every single thing about him. I also want you to be sensitive to that God chose. He chose to let us know a little bit about him. That is something you need to hang on to, because we look at the Bible and we're like, this is, yeah, whatever. The Bible, yeah, I know the idea. I get it. And be like, no. He chose to let us know. The little bit, the very 0.000000001% that we actually know about him is something that he chose to let us know about him. And in what he chose to let us know about him is love. That's something that he wants us to know, but also judgment. That's something that people don't want to talk about. When Jesus comes back to the earth, he's going to sit on that throne in Matthew 25, and he's going to divide the sheep from the goats. That is judgment. That is judgment, judgment, judgment. And so these people in our world that you and I are working in this field right now, and there's other just lost people walking around, there's many people who are lost. And so they are going to be judged based upon their works. In Revelation chapter 20, those works are open from the book of life and the book of works. If your name's not written in the book of life, it's written in the book of works. And you do not want your name to be in the book of works because that's when you are going to be judged. And so it's really, really, we need to be sensitive to that. And so this is why it's very emergent for you and I as born again believers to share Jesus with people so that we can win somebody. We need to try to win somebody wherever you are. You don't need to go out into the jungle somewhere and be a missionary. It's where your feet are. That's where your mission field is. And so we need to be very, very sensitive. Good afternoon from here. Hello. Okay, but that is Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 1 verse 2. And that's like a little bit of a review. We talked about some other things. I can't remember exactly what all we talked about before off the top of my head. Genesis chapter 1. Genesis chapter 1 verse 3. Oh, that was something. Genesis chapter 1 verse 3. It says, then God said, let there be light. And so this is why I think it's really good to talk about the complexity of God. If you're able to understand and recognize and be sensitive to the complexity of God in just the first 3 verses of Genesis chapter 1. Let's talk about the complexity of God. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, you have in the beginning God, Elohim, plurality behind that word. That's remarkable. Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Think about that, okay? So you're like, okay, I got God in verse 1, I got the Spirit of God in verse 2, and you're like, holy smokes. And then in verse 3, it says, God says, let there be light. And you're like, what is light? And so that's something that we talked about, but the Father of lights is something that we are going to touch on a little bit here. So that's actually going to be some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about in this this study today. So in this study, just so you guys know, we're going to be covering Genesis chapter 1, verse 3 to verse 13. That's going to be what the focus is on. And so it's going to be some good stuff. But that's just a little bit of a review of what we talked about before. And if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. I want you to remember, I don't know everything, and I hope I never come across as knowing everything. I don't want that. I want to lay down. I want you to walk over me so that you can get to Jesus. That's what and so like as a born again believer, we need to love on one another, right? And we need to love on these people and love on these people. Why? Because they're lost. And so it's the equivalent of having that baby that's crying and they're screaming and throwing a fit. And it's just like, you can hand that one away, or you can be like, I'm going to take care of this and I'm going to try to nurture this baby, right? And so we're dealing with people who are under this very, very crazy deception in our world right now. And there's a lot of people who like to divide and argue. And I'm over here and I'm like, I don't think we have much time left, guys. I believe in the rapture. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. I can already hear the comments coming like, oh yeah, you believe in the pre-tribulation rapture, Darby, arg. And I'm just like, okay, like it's a secondary issue. It doesn't change. Thank you, Michelle. It doesn't change what you and I are here for. You and I are here to tell people about Jesus. That's what we need to be doing. And so if we tell people about Jesus, then we better be acting like we are a Christ follower. We need to be living as if it's like if you hold up a mirror, imagine like you're holding up the mirror, the Bible is the mirror. And so the more that you get into the Bible, the more that it's going to look, you're going to start looking like Jesus. And so that's what we need to be doing. We need to reflect him. And so it's really interesting how, like when, we just need to be being good ambassadors and good stewards with what we've been given. Okay, so we're just going through the Bible. That's what I was talking about. Book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. We just finished the book of Revelation. All of that is uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here if you're interested in a verse by verse Bible study. Because that's what we've been doing. We've covered about 25 books, just like kind of like what you're listening to right now. And that was just a review. We're going to actually get into it here in a second. But if you haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to do that. Yes, thank you, Amber. It's ITZ_sheesh. There's a link up in my TikTok profile if you want to go check it out. Also, there's some new shirts and stuff like that we just put up on Threads That Preach. If you wanted to go check that out, if you wanted to support this ministry, you are more than welcome to. I am trying to make this thing sustainable. And so, hey, thank you, Nathan. Thank you so much. And so gifts, it's nothing that you never ever need to do. I'm not saying that. Never feel obligated. But if you would like to, if you feel like led to do so, you are more than welcome to. There's ways to do that because I'm just trying to make this a thing, and I love telling people about Jesus. And if I don't do it here, if it's not sustainable here, then I'll be able to do it wherever else I go. And so it is awesome to be here. Thank you so much, Nathan and Ioana. It is really, really cool. But if you would like to support this ministry, you could do that many, many different ways to do that. But it doesn't matter. I mean, regardless of if you guys do that, I'm going to keep doing this until the wheels fall off. That's what I tell people. I'm just going to keep doing it till the wheels fall off. And we're down to 3 wheels. Next thing you know, I'm going to be like on a unicycle, just like, balance beam, just like, But it's completely fine. And it's just, it's a learning process for me because like I'm learning, thank you, Bible and Love. I'm learning to trust God a lot more. Like I was looking at like my life and all the chapters of my life leading up into this point, and I'm like, this is unbelievable. Like what has happened, and he's in control. He's always going to be in control, and that's something that I need to hold on to, and that's something that we're going to be talking about today. But it's very vital for me to recognize that. Like I know I can say God's in control and I trust God, but man, when you're going through it, how much difficult it is, how much more difficult it is. But that's why we need to know the word, because thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. There's a lot of people who don't know the Bible, and because they don't know the Bible, they're walking and they're running into every tree out there. They just keep running in the trees, and they're like, I didn't even know that there was a tree here. Like, who put a tree right in the middle of where I was walking? Like, and you're just like, and so it's so good to have the Bible, because you're just like, you're just like guided by it, and you're like, okay, this is where I need to go. This is where I need to go. Something cool that I kind of wanted to tell you guys. I don't know if it's actually going to happen, but I told you guys I went over to my buddy's house because their 16-year-old was asking questions about the Bible. And so we went over there, and it was, hey, hello, cover girl. And she was asking questions about the end times and stuff. And so we were there for like 2.5 hours or so, and we were just talking about the Bible and whatnot. And so anyways, just like 2 nights ago, she texted me again, and she's like, hey, we're having a Bible study right now, and she's the one I think who is leading it. I don't know much details, but this is my best friend's daughter, oldest daughter. So we've known her for like over 10 years, which is crazy to think about. But she was like, hey, we're having a Bible study. It's just me and a couple of my girlfriends, and we have a couple questions. Can we call you? And so next thing you know, I'm talking on the phone with these 4 16-year-old girls talking about the Bible and like going all over the place. And then they were like, hey, what do you think about doing a Bible study? And I was like, I would love to. Make sure it's okay with your parents. And so these are all the kids that go to the school that my girls go to. It's a Christian school. And so it's kind of cool to see that they want to learn. They want to understand, and they want to try to figure this out. And I'm just like, this is unbelievable. I was like, here I am and just minding my own business, and they were reaching out, and I was like, I don't think you know what you're getting into, but if you want to, you go learn today. I was like, we going all over the place. How much time you got? And so chapter 1, verse 1, we're gonna spend 4 hours here. Like, it's just no, we won't do that, but I'll try to make it interesting for them, and so try to, yeah, it's very, very cool, Grandma, very cool. Yeah, Deb, it's awesome. And so it's really cool to see the hunger there. Yeah, it was so, it's not something that I get very much in my real world. It doesn't seem like there's too many people who are like, can you explain this, And so when that does happen, and I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm sure it is. I'm just saying in my own personal world, it's just it's really kind of cool, especially from 16-year-old girls and who are very sensitive to the Word of God, and they just gonna get lit up. Who knows how that's gonna work out? Yeah, I love seeing youth seeking God. Right, Nate? So good. Right. Hello, Sierra. So cool stuff. So let's go ahead and get on into it. And thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to be focusing on Genesis chapter 1, verse 3 through 13. We're going to be covering some of this stuff. Some of this stuff is stuff that we covered before, but things are kind of all mixed up. But we're gonna fly by some of this stuff. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, it's good to recognize that the 7 days there's people who like to combat the 6 days of creation. There's people who like to say that this actually didn't take place, and so you and I need to be armed in a sense to defend that. We need to always be ready to provide a defense for the hope that is within us, right? And so one of the tactics that people are doing right now is they're trying to say that God didn't create the heavens and earth in 6 days, or if they do say that, what they do is that they say that it is the 6 days could have been 1,000,000 years for each 6 days, but it's not. They were literal 6 days, and they were literal 24-hour 6 days of 24 hours. And so we're going to unpack that. But I got a little puzzle piece on my screen. Let me go ahead. There we go. But day one of creation, it has to be a Sunday. It has to be in order for the seventh day to be Shabbat. And so day number 1 has to be a Sunday because the seventh day is Shabbat, or a day of rest. And for Gentiles, our day begins at midnight. But for a Jew, their day begins at sunset or in the evening. And many people attack whether or not each day was a literal 24-hour period. And so we're going to talk about some of those things because we need to be able to kind of have a verse. Let's go to Exodus chapter 20 real quick. And we'll talk about some verses here just to kind of give you something to kind of pull from, just to kind of prove a 6-day creation. In Exodus chapter 20, verse 9. In Exodus chapter 20, verse 9, if you would like to turn there, you can feel free, or if not a big deal. I'm just going to read it. But in Exodus chapter 20, verse 9, this is the 10 Commandments. And what we know about the 10 Commandments is that God wrote these 10 Commandments down in stone. And I need you to be sensitive to the things that he chooses to write down. In Exodus chapter 20, verse 9, in stone, God wrote, 6 days you shall labor and do all your work. So he's mirroring the 6 days of creation. What you have here in the 10 Commandments, I need you to be sensitive to how it parallels what God originally did. And so when he chose Israel, when he chose them to reflect God, he had them do what he did. He's like, hey, I created the earth in 6 days and then I rested the seventh. Guess what you're going to do? You're going to do 6 days of work as well. And then you also are going to rest on the seventh. And so this commandment was meant to reflect God. And so the whole idea is, if you remember in Ezekiel chapter 5, verse 5, God says that he put Jerusalem in the midst of the nations. So what that's saying is that he put them in the middle of the nations. And so I often use the idea of, like, if you have a pitch black room and you have one single light and you want that light to be the brightest and to light up the room in the most efficient way possible, where would you put the light? You would put it in the middle of the room. And so that's just a no-brainer. And so that's what God did with Jerusalem. He's like, I'm going to put you right in the middle because now everybody is going to see you. They're all going to be exposed to you. And when they're exposed to you, you're going to get some light on them. And when you get some light on them, then they're going to be like, well, what's this light about? Like, And so that's what's going on. That's what the Jewish people were supposed to be. They were supposed to be that, but they dropped the ball. And since they dropped the ball, you and I are here. Now the church is here. We do not replace Israel. There are people who teach that that's a replacement theology. Somebody even accused me of being, I'm like, I don't think, have you guys seen The Princess Bride? Somebody accused me of being replacement adhering to replacement theology. And he said that in the comments. And all I said was, I do not think that means what you think it means. And it reminded me of The Princess Bride. And when, what's his name? The guy with the mustache, really good with the sword. He's like, I do not think that means what you think it means. And anyways, they dropped the ball. You and I are now here to provoke them to jealousy. We see that in Romans chapter 11. We are here as the bride, the church, to provoke them to jealousy. We did not replace them. They are still very, very important. They are still on the chessboard. They are still instrumental. But you and I, as the church, are here to provoke them to jealousy. They're looking at us and they're like, we're the chosen people. We're the holy people. And so when they look at us, they're supposed to get kind of like, provoked to jealousy. And so that's kind of like what you and I are here for, because they do not recognize Jesus as the Messiah. Now, it's really terrible that they do not recognize that. And the reason why they recognize that is because in Luke chapter 19, it says they missed the time of their visitation. When Jesus showed up on a donkey, out of all the animals, he showed up on a donkey, he wept over Jerusalem. I need you to remember that. In Luke chapter 19, he wept over Jerusalem. Now, what that means, I want you to kind of rewind a little bit from the point when he wept. In Luke chapter 19, he's riding in on a donkey and everybody is crying out, Hosanna! Hosanna! Woo! They're all getting excited. And so then you would think that Jesus would be like, yes, I know. Yeah. No, he didn't do that. What he ended up doing was he wept. He wept. And so you're like looking at all these people rejoicing, and then you look at Jesus, who they're rejoicing over, and then Jesus is just crying. And then you read about this in Luke 19, and the reason why he wept is because he goes on and he says at the very end of that passage, he says, now you're going to get destroyed because you missed the time of your visitation. He expected them to recognize who he was. He expected Israel to identify who he was, to recognize who he was. And they didn't do it. They didn't do it. And so that's why, if you read the Gospels, he's like, I came to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Jesus worked with the Gentiles, but that wasn't his mission. That was just like a sidebar kind of conversation. That was like a side quest, like you're playing a video game. You're like, do you want to go do this over here? You're like, heck yeah, I do, but it's not the main goal. The main goal was Israel. His focal point was on Israel. And so it's really cool to see how he was like, Israel, this is why I'm here. And so he expected them to know who he was. And it's because he gave the people before all of them, all of their fathers from before, he gave them all the scriptures. He's like, I told you what I was going to do. I told you this. I told you this. I told you where I was going to be born, how I was going to be born, where I was going to die, how I was going to die. Before crucifixion was even invented, I told you all about it. And you still missed the time of your visitation. He held them accountable in such a huge way. So understanding the Old Testament is very, very instrumental for our understanding many concepts in the New. Now, the Old Testament is not for you and I. The New Testament is for you and I. But it's important to understand the Old Testament because that's only going to help us in every single way. But the New Testament is in the Old Testament concealed, and the Old Testament is in the New Testament revealed, meaning that now since you and I are in the New Testament, that means that the Old Testament is now it's like an open book. We understand. We can read it, and we're like, oh, this is why they did what they did. This is why they did what they did. Oh, they messed up here, here, and here because they didn't understand this, this, and this. And so when you start to apply everything and you're moving all the pieces around, all of a sudden the picture becomes very, very clear and you're just like, holy smokes, that's crazy. And so anyways, Exodus chapter 20, going back to Exodus chapter 20, in Exodus chapter 20 verse 9, in Exodus chapter 20 verse 9, God writes in stone the 10 commandments. And so in Exodus chapter 20 verse 9, he says, 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but in the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. In it you shall do no work. You, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger who is within your gates. And so you see that in Exodus chapter 20, verse 9 and 10. But in Exodus chapter 20, verse 11, he continues on and he tells them why. He's like, this is why you are going to do that. For in 6 days The Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. He's basically telling them, he's like, you remember what I did back in creation? Thank you, proud mama. He's bringing them back. I need you to understand, I need you to appreciate how he's bringing them back to it. What do I mean bringing them back? He's bringing them back to creation. Do you see how it keeps going back to creation? This entire thing is surrounded over creation. He's like, I need you to do this. And the reason why is because when you pay attention to what I did back then, you are going to mirror what I already did. And everybody's going to see what you're doing. They're going to see what you're doing, and they're going to be like, why are you Jewish people not working today? Everybody, we need to work. We need to work. Why are you Jewish people not working? Thank you, proud mama. The reason is because then the Jewish people would be able to get a little light on them. And so that's what you see in Exodus chapter 20, verse 11. It is going back to creation. Let's go back. Let's go to Exodus chapter 31. Thank you so much for those roses there. Let's go to Exodus chapter 31 and let's look at it. Let's look at a different passage. Exodus chapter 31 verse 16. In Exodus chapter 31 verse 16, it says this in regards to the Sabbath. In Exodus chapter 31 verse 16, hello. Laura, hello. In Exodus chapter 31, verse 16, it says, therefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations as a perpetual covenant. Thank you for that heart, Laura. So in Exodus 31, verse 16, the children of Israel are told to keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations as a perpetual covenant. Now, the word perpetual covenant there has the idea of a continuous. It's continuous. It's something that they need to continue to do, which is interesting because the Sabbath is still being implemented in the millennial kingdom, which I think is really provocative. And so the whole point of the Sabbath is that it's given to the Jewish people to observe, but it's something that is a stumbling block in our world today. There's a lot of people who divide over the issue of the Sabbath. And there's people who are like, oh, if you don't observe the Sabbath, you're going to hell and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, but let's go to Acts 15 is huge for this kind of understanding. Go to Acts chapter 15, verses just Acts 15 in general. In Acts chapter 15, what you have in Acts chapter 15 is there is this council that takes place in Jerusalem, and you have all of the key players on the board at this time, basically in one area. And so in Acts chapter 15, verse 1, you see that all of these people come from all around, and they're all meeting together. And when they meet together, they're trying to figure something out. And the thing that they're trying to figure out is, what do we do with the Sabbath? What do we do with the Gentiles? And so the Jewish people, which were the people talking in Acts chapter 15, they're all talking about, what do we do with the Sabbath, and how do we tell them, or not with the Sabbath, how do we as Jews handle the Gentiles? That was the question on the board. And so they are all having a dialogue. They're all talking with one another, and they're trying to figure it all out. And so in Acts chapter 15, you see Paul, you see Barnabas, you see Peter, you see James, you see all of these huge names coming together, and they're discussing what to do with the Gentiles. And so in Acts chapter 15, verse 20, they basically tell you what they need to do. They're like, hey, this is what we're going to focus on, because they were basically there to guide the Gentiles. But it's interesting because the Jewish people thought that it was all about them. So if you go all the way back in time, 2,000 years ago, to when this actually took place, and imagine sitting at the table, and I want you to imagine being one of these Jewish guys. Thank you, Cheryl. I want you to imagine being one of these Jewish guys, and you're looking and you think like a Jew. You were born as a Jew, raised as a Jew. You remember all of the things that you were supposed to be doing, and do this and don't do that, and do this and don't do that. With that drilled into your mind, you would naturally think that the Gentiles should be doing all of the things that you were doing. That's just natural, right? And so that's what they wanted to do with the Gentiles. But that's when Peter rose up, he stood among them, and he's like, guys, no. He's like, no. He's like, no. He's like, no. He's like, why do you want to put the yoke on them, which even you and our fathers cannot even carry? He's like, why would you want to do it to them? He's like, we have a hard enough time, and we're God's people. He's like, why would you want to put it on the Gentiles? And so Peter had this, like in Acts chapter 10, Peter had this encounter with a guy named Cornelius, and Cornelius was a Gentile. And so Peter, he actually saw that Cornelius received the Holy Spirit. And so it's really interesting because from Peter's Jewish mind, he was looking at a Gentile and he's like, wait a second, you got the Holy Spirit too? He's like, I'm a Jew. It makes sense for me to get the Holy Spirit, but it doesn't make sense for you to get the Holy Spirit. Why? And so Peter is like connecting all the dots himself, and he's like, wait a second, something has changed. And so he's trying to figure it out. And so he finally realizes that now the Holy Spirit, everything changed after Jesus died. And so he's putting all of these pieces together. He's like, all the unclean animals that we're not allowed to eat, now apparently these are all okay to eat. You read about that. He has that dream with all the animals coming down and all this kind of stuff. And Peter is trying to piece it all together. And so it comes to this, it basically culminates here. His realization is basically complete here in Acts chapter 15, because in Acts chapter 15, he's like, guys, he's like, no. He's like, we need to be more like them. Because the Jewish people, the early Jewish Christians were still struggling with balancing the law and grace. They had a hard time kind of distinguishing one from another. And so Peter's like, no, we need to be more like them. And so there's a lot of people who still want to be under the law. And you can read Romans to get a better picture on that. We are not under law, but we are under grace. And so the reason why is because everything changed when Jesus died on the cross. Jesus ascended into heaven in Acts chapter 1, and he sent his Holy Spirit in Acts chapter 2. And in Acts chapter 2 is when the church was born. And so when you recognize that the church was born, and now all of a sudden everything's different. And so now Jews nor Gentiles, it doesn't matter. He's like, everything that it was back in the Old Testament, that's Old Testament. Now things are differently. And so this gets you into this, conversation that you can kind of lead it to if you would like to, but it's, people freak out when you say a word dispensation and they're like, oh man, how can you believe them dispensationalists? Somebody made a comment on one of my videos. And every time, I need you guys to understand how hard it is for me to not say something back a lot of times. I'm just gonna show him, and then I just delete it all, and I'm just like, I would have been so good and witty, and sometimes I do, but it's just, one of those things. Mercy TV, thank you so much for that, Rose. It's just so funny how people are, and obviously things are different than back in the Old Testament, and when you recognize that, it's like, well, we don't sacrifice animals, so clearly things are not the same, and that's just one example. Katie, yes, I do that a lot. Yes, thank you. Yes, type reply, delete, and then go punch a wall. No, I'm just totally kidding. I'm telling you, I'm only human. I'm only human. Who sings that? What's that one girl's name? Oh man, was it like Christina? Christina. It's coming to mind. I don't remember. No kidding. I don't know. I have no idea what her last name is. Perry! Bridget from way downtown. Christina Perry. I definitely don't know who she is, and I definitely didn't listen to her ever, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. Sheesh! With the dad jokes. Yeah, OG Grandma, yes. It's hot in here. Genesis chapter 1. So what were we talking about in Genesis chapter, going back to creation, talking about the 6 days of creation, it's good to understand that those are literal 6 days of creation. When God says in Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, he says, let there be light, world. He says, let there be light. Now, this light is not the sun, which is really, really interesting. This light in Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, this light is not the sun, because the sun wasn't created until day 4. And in day 4, or in Genesis chapter 1, verse 16, that's where you see that the light was created. The sun and the moon and the stars, that's when he creates those lights. But the light in Genesis chapter 1, verse 3 is different. This is something that is different. Now, I'm going to give you 2 different ideas here. And the first idea is that some people believe that this is the Shekinah glory. Maybe some people say that this is God saying, let there be light, in the way that basically is saying, let it be visible. in kind of idea. So the light was always there. So the idea behind the Shekinah glory, thank you, Cheryl. The idea behind the Shekinah glory is the manifestation of God's presence. It's his. It's a little itty bit, a little bit. It's something that is allowed to be seen in our kind of perspective. He manifests it, and so examples of this. It's very common all throughout the Bible. You have the fire by night and the cloud by day. Thank you, Ashley. And you see when Solomon built the first temple, the clouds go in there and all the priests had to run on out there. They had to get their little itty bitty feet and they run outside of the temple. And it's because the glory of God filled it up. But the glory there was a cloud. It was a cloud. It was a cloud. And so when you think about a cloud, you don't really think too much about God's glory. Right? Like when you think about God's glory, we probably naturally think of light. Thank you, Ashley. And so this Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, where he says, let there be light, it's really interesting to kind of weigh both sides of the arguments, or weigh both sides, not arguments, of a perspective. But some people think that this is the Shekinah glory that was just now all of a sudden revealed to the creation, because the world already existed. And so this temporary light, thank you, Ashley, could have possibly been the Shekinah. I don't know if it is. We'll talk more about that here in a little bit, but this is just a view. But if this was the Shekinah glory, it's really kind of cool, because this Shekinah glory is something that is, thank you, Laura. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 60, verse 1. In Isaiah chapter 60, verse 1, if you guys were here for our study of Isaiah, it was so long, took so much time, and I'm so sorry. The recaps were getting ridiculous because we spent so much time on the recaps. But in Isaiah chapter 60, verse 1, you're reading about what's going to take place during the millennial kingdom. In Isaiah chapter 60, verse 1, it says, arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon you. He is talking to the Jewish people. So the glory of the Lord is rising upon the Jewish people, and this is going to be applicable during the 1,000 years when Satan is locked up. But in Isaiah chapter 60, verse 2, it says, for behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and deep darkness the people. But the Lord will arise over you, and his glory will be seen upon you. It's really interesting thinking about the Jewish people during this 1,000-year reign, because what we know from Jeremiah chapter 31 is that during the millennial kingdom, in Jeremiah chapter 31, like verse 31, roughly around there, probably more like verse 35 or something like that, God basically is saying that there's going to be a new covenant that comes into play during the millennial kingdom. Jeremiah 31 is not applicable in our world today, but it will be applicable during that time. And so that covenant, the millennial kingdom covenant, is basically where God is saying to the Jewish people, he's like, you guys are not going to have to go to one another and say, know the Lord, because he says everybody's going to know me. He's like, all of you are going to know me. And so when you think about that and you recognize that the Jewish people that are around during that 1,000-year reign, they're all going to be born again, or at least they're all going to know the Lord. And so I think, personally, I believe that all the Jewish people in existence during that 1,000-year reign, I think they're all going to be born-again believers. Because there's the blindness, the temporary blindness, you know how they're blind in part in Romans 11:25? That blindness is going to be removed. And so when that blindness is removed, they're going to be like, oh my goodness. And so they will recognize their offense. And so that's something that is going to take place in the future. But during the millennial kingdom, here in Isaiah chapter 60, verse 2 and 3, what you see is it seems to be painting a picture of during that millennial kingdom, the Jewish people are going to shine. And it's because the glory is going to, it says here in verse 2 and 3, it says his glory will be seen upon you, talking about the Jewish people, which is really, really provocative. So this millennial kingdom is going to be very, very different than the world that we are living in right now. The world that we're living in right now is so different than is so different than what it's going to be like then. And the reason is because this world has a curse just dropped on top of it. But when Jesus is boots on the ground, he's going to remove that curse. And so that's when the earth is going to basically be, people are going to plant, and then it's going to grow right away. It's going to be so neat. But anyways, this glory that rises upon them is something that is very, it's unique and applicable to the millennial kingdom. And then in Isaiah chapter 4, what you also see in Isaiah chapter 4, verse 5, in Isaiah chapter 4, verse 5, it says, "Then the Lord will create above every dwelling place on Mount Zion and above her assemblies a cloud and smoke by day and the shining of a flaming fire by night. For over all the glory there will be a covering." That's in Isaiah chapter 4, verse 5. So basically what you see there in Isaiah chapter 4, verse 5 is that during the millennial kingdom, wherever the Jewish people are going to be dwelling, right above, like let's say this is like the house. Let's say this my fist is where like a house. Somebody goes in here and they sleep in here. And let's say that this fist is their house. What that verse is saying is that the glory of God is going to be over each dwelling place of the Jewish people. That's crazy. Like, that is wild. And so if you're just like a passerby and you see a house over there and you see the Shekinah glory over it, you're just going to be like, well, that's got to be a Jewish person's house. And that's how it's going to be during the millennial kingdom. It's not how it is now, but it's going to be during the millennial kingdom, which I think is really, really kind of cool. So going back to Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, when God says, "Let there be light," that is, some people believe that this is when the Shekinah glory is revealed to the world. And so this is just a view. It's not the view, it is a view. It's just something for you to kind of chew on, and so you can kind of make a decision. But this is what some people believe. But what is good to know about light is that this is the very, very first thing that God says. This is a quote by God, and it's the very first quote that God actually uses. He says, "Let there be light." First words that we are ever given from God is, "Let there be light." Let there be light. What's really interesting, because when you compare Genesis chapter 1 to John chapter 1, you see a lot of comparisons there. You see a lot of similarities. In Genesis chapter 1, you see "in the beginning." In John chapter 1, you see "in the beginning." In Genesis chapter 1, you see conversations about God, obviously. God, in the beginning, God. In Genesis chapter 1, you see God. In John chapter 1, you see God. In Genesis chapter 1, you see light. In John chapter 1, you see light. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and then it goes on and says, "Let there be light." That's all in Genesis chapter 1. In John chapter 1, you have, "In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God," and then it goes on to talk about the light. And so you have light, God, and "in the beginning," both in Genesis 1:1 and both in John 1:1. And so it's good to see the similarities there. But what's really, really interesting is that here is Genesis 1:1, and here is John 1:1. What's really provocative is to recognize that John 1:1 is applicable before Genesis 1:1. Because John 1:1 says, "In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God." And so God was before he created the heavens and the earth. So even though Genesis 1:1 is basically the first verse in the Bible, God was before. He was before. He was before. And Colossians chapter 1, verse 16 and 17 talk about how he was before all things, and all things consist by him. All the things are created, whether visible or invisible. All of these things that God made. He made it all. And so we are told all throughout the Bible, and it even culminates with that in Revelation chapter 14, where an angel comes down from heaven talking about the Creator. He says to the people on the earth during the tribulation, he says, "Worship the Creator." And so he brings it back to the elementary principles. He's like, the Creator, the Creator, the Creator, the Creator. And so when you pay attention to the first book of the Bible, and it talks about God being the Creator, and the last book of the Bible, and when that angel comes down and emphasizing the Creator, you see how important it is. In Genesis 1:1 and Revelation 14, you see the Creator. And it's something we need to be sensitive to, but it is what is attacked right now in our world. The world is saying that he's not the Creator. The world is saying that you are an accident, and that you have no purpose being here, and that you're worthless, and that there's no real point, and let's eat and drink and be merry and all this, for tomorrow we die. That's the vibe. You're seeing a whole bunch of people living their life right now for themselves, which is, like, it's difficult to, like, they don't know what they don't know, which is why you and I are here. And so it's just really good to pay attention to the Creator and how the Holy Spirit felt like we needed to really underscore the idea and the principle and the importance of the Creator. But there's some comparisons between God and light. And there's one of the things that we know about God is that he is omnipresent. He's omnipresent. Let's go to Psalm chapter 139, verse 7 real quick. Psalm 139, verse 7. In Psalm chapter 139, verse 7, we read some we see some verses here that talk about God being omnipresent. But in Psalm 139, verse 7, it says, "Where can I go from your spirit, or where can I flee from your presence? If I ascend into heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, you are there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there your hand shall lead me, and your right hand shall hold me." And so you see here that everywhere is God. It's called omnipresent. And so when you think about omnipresence being everywhere, God being everywhere, there's similarities to that, God and light. Now, the reason that we're doing a comparison of God and light is because the very first words that God says is, "Let there be light." And so there's a connection between God and light. And so when you compare God compared to light, what you happen to see is the complexity that is there. Because light lacks locality. If you research light and say, can light be explained, and like explain light to me, chat GPT and all this kind of stuff, it gets this crazy formula, and it's like, and then basically the idea is like, we don't really know. But you see the two things compared together. You see God and light. God says, "Let there be light." John chapter 1, you see about the light. The light was in the world, right? And so you see the light. And so there's similarities between God and light. But another one is in Psalm 139, verse 1. In Psalm chapter 139, verse 1, it talks about how God knows everything. In Psalm chapter 139, verse 1, thank you, Bridget, thank you so much. In Psalm 139, verse 1, it says, "O Lord, you have searched me and known me. You know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thought afar off. You comprehend my path and my lying down, and are acquainted with all my ways. For there is not a word on my tongue, but behold, O Lord, you know it altogether." And so you see this idea of understanding. You see this idea of him recognizing everything before, from afar off. God can see it. He's like, I understand it all. And so this is omniscience, which means he's all-knowing. And so when you think about him being all-knowing, the idea there is connected to light again. So God is all-knowing, but when you go back to light, the idea, the same picture can be drawn in regards to light. And how is light all-knowing? Hey, Christina, thank you so much. Well, what happens, the reason why is because light, when you go into a room and it's dark in there, the very first thing that you do is you turn on the light. And when you turn on the light, you can see everything. Light reveals everything. And so that light, that concept is attributed to God. He is light. Nothing can be hidden from him. There's nothing. Whatever you're doing in the darkness, it's only in your mind that it's done in the darkness. It is right in front of his face that you're actually doing it. Thank you, Christina. And so when we think that we're being kind of... when we thank you so much. That bow was a bit ridiculous. But when we think about the idea of light and how it's revealing, that's the same concept, same thing. That is how God sees it. What's up, Ed? Thank you so much. And so it's really kind of cool to see how this is applicable in God's perspective. In our perspective, everything is pitch black and like, oh, I'm getting away with it. But in God's perspective, it is as clear as day. It's just like we think we're kind of smooth. You know, like when you got like a child that's like 3 or 4 and like they're like in the next room, but they're being really quiet. Thank you, proud mama. They're being really quiet. And like you are in the other room. You have no idea what's going on in the other room, but you know that it's quiet without even realizing what's going on over there. You know they're doing something they shouldn't because you know what's going on. You're like, I know it's way too quiet. Right, Nathan? Thank you. It is way too quiet. You know they're doing something. And so just like how you and I know what our kids are doing, we are viewed the same way from God's point of view. It's just like we think we're getting away with some stuff. It's just not accurate. But let's talk about light. Let's go to Psalm 104. Psalm 104 verse 2. Psalm 104 verse 2. And here what we have in Psalm 104 verse 2 is we have we have God who clothes himself in light, which is really kind of cool. In Psalm chapter 104, verse 2, it says, it's Psalm 104, verse 1. Just got to turn one page. Me and my sausage fingers. But in Psalm 104, verse 1, it says, "Bless the Lord, O my soul. O Lord, my God, you are very great. You are clothed with honor and majesty." But in Psalm 104, verse 2, it says, "Who cover yourself with light as with a garment." It is crazy. Him clothing himself in light. That is Psalm 104, verse 2. But let's go to 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 16. 1 Timothy chapter 6. Verse 16. In 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 16, we see that he dwells in unapproachable light. You see that in 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 16. But now, let's go to James chapter 1, verse 17. James chapter 1, verse 17. And I just want you to be sensitive to this, how light is attached to God. But in James chapter 1, verse 17, it says, "Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above and comes down from the Father of lights." And so when you recognize how light, the very first thing that God says is, "Let there be light," and you see how this is attached to him. It's the first thing. And so when you see how he says the very first phrase, "Let there be light," light, and you think about light and you understand the complexity behind light and you understand how it lacks locality, which means it's everywhere and nowhere all at the same time. It's everywhere, right? It's everywhere. It's revealing. It reveals everything. And you see how God is clothed in light. You see how he dwells in unapproachable light. And you see how he is the Father of light, which means he's the creator of it. And so it's really interesting how you and I, in our human minds, when you just dive into the idea of light, you're like, I don't even understand how this really, really even works. We don't understand light. And so when we recognize that God is the Father of lights, because he said, "Let there be light," and you're like, this is crazy. This whole picture of light in itself, apart from God, is so above our minds. We like it's crazy just thinking about light. And then when you recognize that God's the Father of it, God created it, "Let there be light," like he's the one who actually spoke that into existence, it should just blow your hair back. Like you're just like, holy smokes. And so I just want you to appreciate the complexity of God. He is so far above us. His ways are higher than our ways, his thoughts higher than our thoughts. And so when you are sensitive to that, and then you go back and you read Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, and you see in the beginning, God, Elohim, there's a plurality there. That is complex. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, you see the Spirit of God hovering over the waters. You're just like, what is that? And then in Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, he says, "Let there be light." And so in the first 3 verses of the Bible, you're just left with all kinds of like, what am I reading? And so it's really kind of cool to see this kind of stuff. But I want you to appreciate who we're actually dealing with here. And the seriousness of God. Like, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom and knowledge. When we recognize that the fear of the Lord, there's a lot of people who are very smart. A lot of people who are very smart in our world, but they don't have the fear of the Lord. And so because they have PhDs and doctorates and a whole bunch of MBAs, all this kind of stuff, all this very, very heady kind of stuff, it doesn't matter. That means nothing without the fear of the Lord. And so the recognizing of the fear of the Lord, that's why Paul talks about how we need to have godly sorrow, because when we have godly sorrow, that brings forth repentance that leads to salvation. When you have repentance that leads to salvation, then they're being saved from the terror of the Lord. There is something that you need to just think about, that phrase, the terror of the Lord, the terror of the Lord. And so it's recognizing what is there, being sensitive to it, and trying to win people so that they do not take a part of it. And so that's the idea. This is why you and I need to be living out loud for the Lord. We need to be a light in this world. But let's talk about some of the things in Genesis chapter 1, verse 5. In Genesis chapter 1, let's just read Genesis chapter 1, verse 3 real quick. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, it says, "Then God said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So the evening and the morning were the first day. Now, let's go to Job real fast. Job 38, verse 16. Job chapter 38, verse 16. Yeah, Job 38, verse 16. We're going to read some verses here, and it's going to be focusing on light at the end. In Job 38, verse 16 through 19, it says, he's talking to Job here, and it's all in regards to creation. He says to Job, have you entered the springs of the sea? Or have you walked in search of the depths? Have the gates of death been revealed to you? Or have you seen the doors of the shadow of death? Have you comprehended the breadth of the earth? Tell me if you know all this. And then we get to verse 19. In Job chapter 38, verse 19, God says, where is the way to the dwelling of light? Where is the way to the dwelling of light? You just read that, and God is basically putting Job in his place. Thank you, Kirsty, thank you so much. Where is the way of the dwelling of light? And it's just like God is teaching Job a lesson that you and I need to be learning from. But, you and I, just like Job, we often think God needs to explain himself. And that God, he needs to do this for me. And you need to prove yourself to me. And we are all big and bad when it comes to, talking and stuff like that. And it's just unbelievable. But we, like, the dwelling place of light, like that is God putting Job in his place. He's talking out of a whirlwind, and it is just so provocative. But that's in Job chapter 38. So let's go back to Genesis chapter 1. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 4, Genesis chapter 1, verse 4, it says, and God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So the evening and the morning were the first day. So here in Genesis chapter 1, verse 4 and 5, you have the word evening and morning. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 5, you have the word evening and morning. Now, what's interesting about the word evening and morning are the two words that are there. The word evening is Erev in Hebrew. It's Erev. E-R-E-V. And so the idea of Erev is that in evening time, your vision gets obscured. There's obscurity that is afoot, right? So you get to look around, and you can't really see all of the images that you're looking out. You're looking off into the distance. You see somebody, but you don't know who they are because of the lack of light. And so that's what Erev actually has. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Amber. It's just a couple things. There's going to be more. That's Erev. Now, the other word is for morning in Genesis 1:5. The word for morning is Bokar. Now, the word Bokar has the idea of the opposite of Erev, which means that there is discernment of things, which means that if you look out into the distance, you can recognize you can recognize identities, you can see details on things. And so you have Erev, which is evening, which means that the lack of the ability to discern things and forms and shapes and stuff like that. But got to call YouTube, man. Did you get suspended? I'm telling you what, Second Cup. It's crazy. Don't you get me all worked up. I'm so upset. But in Genesis chapter 1, verse 5, the word morning is Bokar, which means you have the idea you have the ability to discern certain things, which is really kind of cool when you think about it in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5. Let's go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, because in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, what you have there is Paul is talking to the church in Thessalonica, and he's addressing an issue that they were dealing with. And so one of the verses that you guys are probably familiar with is Acts chapter 17, verse 11, because we talk about it all the time here. Shalba, hello. Sam? Yeah, I'm telling you what. Sam Trujillo, but in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, Paul is writing to the church in Thessalonica, and so this is good to recognize Acts chapter 17, verse 11, because in Acts chapter 17, I'm a whosoever. Dude, I love your name. I love that. Thank you so much for whosoever shall believe in him. I love that so much. Thank you so much for that gift. So when you, what was the light? That's what we're talking about right now. Erev and Bokar. In 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, you have the church in Thessalonica who was worried that they were in the day of the Lord. And so Paul is writing them a letter, and he's like, you have no need to worry about that. That day is not going to overtake you. And so this goes back to Acts chapter 17, verse 11, because in Acts 17, verse 11, he says, these are more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica. So Paul is letting us know that he was in Thessalonica, but he was basically elevating the Bereans. He's like, the Bereans were the ones who were, like, I'm giving a shout out to, because they received the word with all readiness, and then they searched the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. Thank you, Sam. And so you need to, can you just change your name? Can you do that? Just Sam, let's just. But what I want you to pay attention to in Acts chapter 17 is to be sensitive to that he referred to the Thessalonians. These were more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica. True hio. Okay, true hio. True hio. So he's talking about the church in Thessalonica, and I need you to just be sensitive to that he was there. Actually, I kind of want to go there real fast because I think there's something that's talked about in Acts 17 before that verse 11. And that is good. Hey-o! In Acts chapter 17, verse 1, in Acts chapter 17, verse 1, it says, now when they had passed through Amphipolis and Apollonia, they came to Thessalonica, where there was a synagogue of the Jews. Thank you, Joey. And then in verse 2, it says, then Paul, as his custom was, went into them, and for 3 Sabbaths reasoned with them from the Scriptures, explaining and demonstrating that the Christ had to suffer and rise again from the dead, and saying, this Jesus whom I preach to you is the Christ. And some of them were persuaded. Now, what you have there in Acts chapter 17 is you see a little bit of a picture of Paul operating within Thessalonica. And so he's in Thessalonica, he's doing his thing, and he's telling the people there in Thessalonica all about Jesus. He's there for 3 weeks. And so he's reasoning with them in the scriptures. And so I want you to remember when Saul, before he was Paul, when he was on the road to Damascus, he's just bebopping along on the road to Damascus, and then there's this light. And Jesus shows up to him, and he says, Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? It's important to remember that Saul never saw Jesus. He never was personally there in front of Jesus that we're told of. But Jesus shows up and says, why are you persecuting me? And so what he's actually alluding to is by Saul persecuting the church, Jesus takes that as he's persecuting Jesus himself. And so that's really kind of cool to see how he views you and I. Because when you and I get persecuted, he recognizes that you're the one who is actually getting persecuted, but he also recognizes that they're actually persecuting him. So that says a lot about how God views you. If you're a born-again believer, if you get persecuted, he's viewing it as if he's the one who's actually getting persecuted, right? And so it's no surprise. But while Paul is in Thessalonica, he is teaching them out of the scriptures. And so when Saul was on his road to Damascus, after he gets blinded by that vision there, what I want you to be sensitive to is I want you to imagine being blind. I want you to imagine being Saul and being blind for those 3 days. While you're blind, Saul was running through his mind and searching the scriptures in his mind. Saul was incredibly intelligent. He was a genius. And so that is while he's blind there, he's basically going through the Rolodex in his brain, trying to see all of the things that he missed. And so he sees Jesus, he recognizes that it's Jesus, he's told that it's him, and he's like, where did I go wrong? And so he's searching the scriptures in his own mind, and then he is able to use he connected all of the dots, right? Like in those 3 days, he probably had light bulb, light bulb, light bulb, light bulb, light bulb, light bulb. It's unbelievable to think about this kind of stuff. But he's in Thessalonica in Acts chapter 17. He's teaching them from the scriptures, probably all the things that were realized by himself. And he's like, can I tell you what I learned? He's like, can I show you? He's like, I used to think this, but this isn't right because this doesn't make any sense because of over here. But when you put Jesus here, this connects it all. And so he's able to pour into the church of Thessalonica. But he was there for 3 weeks, and he was reasoning with them from the scriptures, which is the Old Testament. And so he's working with the Thessalonians, and so he's been there. He's been working with them. And so the idea, what we get here in 1 Thessalonians, is that since Paul was already there for 3 weeks, when you read 1 Thessalonians, Paul basically is letting you and I know that he talked to them about eschatology. And the reason why we understand that he talked to them about eschatology, or the study of last things, is because he says something that he alludes to that he already discussed with them. He says in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, he says, but concerning the times and the seasons, brethren, you have no need that I should write to you. And so what this is basically painting a picture of is that Paul is saying, why do I need to say this again? Why do I have to tell you again? There is no reason that I have to say this again. And then he goes on and he says it again. He says, for you yourselves know perfectly that the day of the Lord so comes as a thief in the night. For when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon them. So Paul, here in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, is basically separating two people, two groups. He is separating they from the brethren. There is them, the lost people, and then there is the brethren. There are them who are of the night, and then there's the brethren who are of the day. And so you have the two different groups here in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5. He says, for when they say, meaning that this is not something that you're going to say. They're going to be the ones that say it. And so if they're going to be the ones that say peace and safety, they're the ones that are lost. They're the ones that are of the night. And so in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, as you continue reading, he says in verse 4, he says, but you, brethren, are not in darkness, so this day should overtake you as a thief. He says, you are sons of light and of the day. We are not of the night nor of darkness. And so this is not going to catch born-again believers by surprise. It is going to catch them by surprise. So here's the idea behind 1 Thessalonians chapter 5. Here's my opinion. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, but when you dive into 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, the question on the table is, when are people going to say peace and safety? When are people going to say peace and safety? I would argue, my opinion, this is just my opinion, I would argue people are not going to say peace and safety until after the rapture. After the rapture, the world's going to get even more chaotic. And then within the next week or two, there's going to be somebody who rises up and he's going to make a deal. He's going to make a covenant. He's going to strengthen a covenant. And when that covenant is strengthened or signed, or however you see it, then people are going to say peace and safety. It's really thought-provoking when you dive into this kind of stuff, but it is really, really, really cool to see how all of this goes hand in hand. But the idea I want you to walk away with here in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 is to get you to see the comparison that Paul uses. He uses the word darkness, and he uses the word day. There are people who are in darkness, and there are people who are in the day. The people who are in darkness cannot see. They are unable to discern. And then when you compare the people who are of the day, they are able to discern. They can see images. They can identify shapes and forms and all kinds of stuff. Whatever's in the room, they can see it because they're of the day. Now, when you apply that idea and you go back to Genesis chapter 1, what you have in Genesis chapter 1 is God talks about the evening, Erev, which has the principle of unable to discern objects and shapes and forms and whatnot. And then you have morning, which is Bokar, which has the idea to be able to discern. So you have those two words there that kind of play hand in hand with one another. But that is in Genesis chapter 1, verse 5, which I think is really kind of cool. But let's go to, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 5, I want you to pay attention to a certain word that we need to be sensitive to. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 5, it says this: God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So he's calling them. He named them. He is giving them a name. And this is important. So God calling the light day and the darkness night, what this does is that this shows that he has dominion over those things. If God is able to call these things something, day, night, sun, moon, stars, if he calls them that, then he has dominion over it. If you get a newborn puppy, you're going to bring that puppy home and you're going to sit around and you're going to all like, what are we going to call him? And you're going to give him a name. And that is a picture of you having dominion over that puppy. You have dominion, you name it, you get to call it a name, and that is what God is doing here in the same kind of sense with what his creation, which is what he divided the light from the dark, and he called it night and day, or evening and the morning. So it's good. Hello, thank you, Charlotte. Thank you so much. Love, hello, Charlie. Charlie from the UK in the house. Good to see you guys. BINGO. But let's go look up an example of that real fast. We'll go check out Daniel chapter 1. Let's go to Daniel chapter 1. Daniel chapter 1 is an example of dominion over somebody. Whoop whoop. Hi fam. In the club. We all fam. In the club. In the field. All right, in Daniel chapter 1, verse 6, you have, if you remember, in Daniel chapter 1, verse 6, you have Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, even though those weren't their names before, that's what their names were changed to. Their names were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. But Daniel was from the tribe of Judah, and so if you remember before the book of Daniel, Daniel and all of his people were in Jerusalem. They were they were of the tribe of Judah. And so Nebuchadnezzar, he ends up going to them and he ends up destroying their temple, and he takes them, Daniel and his compadres, he brings them back into Babylon. And so now Daniel's in Babylon and he's like, oh no. And so he's in Babylon and they're like trying to figure it all out. And they're like, what are we doing here? But basically it's unbelievable, the whole picture there. But the idea of Daniel chapter 1 is to get you to see that in Daniel chapter 1, verse 6, it says, now, from among those of the sons of Judah were Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you so much. And in verse 7, it says, to them the chief of the eunuchs gave names. And so you see the chief of the eunuchs was asserting dominion over them. He was asserting dominion over them. And the way that he asserted dominion over Daniel and his three friends was by changing their names. And so in verse 7, it says to them, the chief of the eunuchs gave names. He gave Daniel the name Belteshazzar, Hananiah, Shadrach, to Mishael, Meshach, and to Azariah, Abednego. And so they were trying to basically indoctrinate their Jewish ways into Babylonian ways. And the way to do that is by changing their name. Get rid of their Hebrew name and bring in a Babylonian name. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you so much. And so this is a picture of asserting dominion over something that they believe to have dominion over. You don't change somebody's name unless you have dominion over that person. And so I just want you to be sensitive to when God calls something, it is him asserting his dominion over it. And I want you to be sensitive to how he is, he's asserting his dominion over these created things by calling them something. He called it day and he called it night. And so that is him calling him that stuff is pretty cool. Okay, so that is Genesis chapter 1 through 5. Hey, thank you, Victi. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. And we're in the book of Genesis now. We just finished the book of Revelation. The book of Revelation is my favorite. Nah, that's not my name. Oh, I'm being serious. Why couldn't they say, nah, that's not my name? Stuff. I don't know if, I don't know. I would say that would probably not have boded very well. If you imagine putting yourself in that situation. I mean, also remember Daniel and his buddies were probably 12, 13 years old at the time. So that is, it's a kid. That's a young boy. Anyways, in Genesis, we're in the book of Genesis now, so thank you so much for being here. We just finished the book of Revelation, my favorite book, and now we're going into the book of Genesis. There's a lot of cool comparisons in the book of Genesis to Revelation. What starts in the book of Genesis culminates or climaxes in the book of Revelation. One of the things that I think is really interesting and always important to remember is that in Genesis chapter 1, this world that is created, darkness is mentioned before light, which is really, really provocative because you're like opening up like this whole like question of why is darkness, thank you so much, Vessel, why is darkness attached to this world? Because when you read Revelation chapter 21, in Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, John specifically says that he sees a new heavens, a new earth, and a new Jerusalem. And then he specifically tells us in Revelation 21, verse 1, that there was no sea. And then if you continue reading on in Revelation chapter 21, you are told that there is no night there. And so what we learn about the first earth, this earth that we are on right now, is that there is darkness attached to it right away. And so that opens up a whole conversation right there. But when you compare it to the new earth, there is no darkness. When you look at the first earth, there is sea. There is sea. We read about the sea. It's all over the place. And we see in our world today how there's oceans that are dividing all of us from one another. That's attached to the first earth. But in the second earth, John says very specifically that there is no sea. There was no sea. And so you're just like, what's going on with these two comparisons? Thank you, Bridget. And so it's fascinating to see the first earth, the fallen earth, and you compare it to the new earth, and you're like, why is this here, but it's not here? We're told specifically that it's not there. And when we're told something that is specifically going to not be there, it's important to pay attention to the reason why, or at least be sensitive to it. And so it just kind of gets your mind kind of working a little bit. Does that mean we don't need to sleep in the new earth? I don't know. I don't know. I think, just him alone, being with him is rest. So I think our bodies need rest in a sense right now because they are deteriorating rapidly. I mean, these bodies are wilding, like they are falling apart. But when we get home with the Lord, resting, think about what it meant for God when it said, like, on the seventh day he rested. Do you think he was just like, I don't think he's sleeping. I think he's enjoying nature. I think he's enjoying his creation. I think he's enjoying what he created. And so that's kind of the idea, I think, is what it's going to be for us. I don't think we're going to be sleeping, but I think it's going to be rest. And that's going to be really kind of cool. So the idea for rest for us and our bodies right now means to be sleeping. Like, I need some sleep. I mean, like, daggum. Like, you're just like, oh, holy smokes, I'm tired. Like, more coffee. But that's not going to be the case there. My knee and my back will be glorified. Yeah. Falling apart too rapidly. Oh man, I can't wait for new bodies, glorified bodies. Are you kidding me? Like, bring it on. But if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. We're just going through the Bible book by book. We just happen to be in the book of Genesis. The main thing is always going to be the main thing. I don't know if I'm right on a lot of these things. A lot of these things are secondary issues. When you dive into creation, it gets a little fuzzy in a sense because you're going way back. You're going thousands of years back. I believe the earth is under 10,000 years old. There's some people who teach millions of years. I believe it's less than 10,000 years old. That is my opinion, and we'll talk more about that here in a little bit. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing. How do you get to heaven? That is what we need to understand. How do you get to heaven? You need to first understand the bad news before you can appreciate the good news. The bad news is that for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's bad news. Paul continues on in Romans 6:23 and says, "For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord." Period. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Period. It's not and, it is through Jesus Christ our Lord. And then it goes on in Ephesians 2:8-9, Paul says, "For by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast." Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much. We need to understand that it is faith. And if it is genuine faith, if you have faith in Jesus and you put your faith in him, then your life is going to reflect it. It's the same principle just with like anything. When you stop at a red light, you understand that you're stopping because other cars are going to be going back and forth, right? When the light turns green, you go forward because you have faith that the other cars are stopping. And so you do something because you believe it. And so because you believe it, then you naturally drive through the intersection. My point here is that if you truly have genuine faith that Jesus is your Lord and Savior, then your life is naturally going to reflect it because you actually believe it. The thing is, in our world today, is that there's a lot of people who say Jesus and God and Bible and all kinds of other buzzwords. And there are just a lot of people who I think might not really understand what they're actually getting into, and there's a false sense of security is there. Thank you so much, Charlie. In Matthew chapter 7, Jesus himself, he's the one who says, many are going to say in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? Did we not cast out demons in your name? Did we not do all kinds of cool stuff in your name? And he's going to say, depart from me. I never knew you, and which is terrifying because there's a lot of people who actually believe that they are okay. But they're putting their faith in churchianity. They're putting their faith in like doing good things, and they're putting their faith in this or in that or in this or in that. And so, it's really hard. The world is it's blending together. It's like before it was like Christians and then the world is a very clear distinction. But then as time went on, it's like Christians in the world, Christians in the world, Christians in the world. We're all the same. We're all the same. Like which one's who? Which one am I looking at? And so anyways, this goes on to the whole picture of Laodicean age in a sense, which is very lukewarm, which is very useless kind of idea of a church age. So it's unfortunate. Thank you, Whiskey. Thank you so much. But that is the main thing, how to know for sure you can get to heaven. Everything else that we're talking about here is secondary. But now let's go ahead and get on into Holly, thank you so much for the galaxy. Yeah, thank you guys so much for your support. If you guys wanted to support this ministry, I would really appreciate it. It's never needed. It's not something I ever want to harp on or anything. I just want to let the options be known, but trying to actually do this. I want this to be a thing. And so if you would like to support this, whether it's by subscribing here on TikTok or sending gifts like what you guys are doing. I know TikTok takes 50% of the gifts of the money that you guys spend on those gifts, which is why there's other ways inside the TikTok, my TikTok profile, if you're looking for another way to do that. Anything, it's just really, it's all very, very helpful, and it's all very appreciated. It's all very humbling. And so I also want you guys, if you don't do that, it's completely fine, but prayer is the most important. And so if you wouldn't mind praying for me and praying for this, I would appreciate that, because prayer is incredibly powerful. And I don't think we really truly understand how powerful it actually is. I pray for a lot of you guys all the time, and it's just something that I'm learning. And so I'm growing in my own prayer life, but I'm making I'm doing it on purpose. I'm praying on purpose. Next thing you know, I'm laying in bed and I'm up for a lot longer than what I typically would be, because I'm constantly praying, and I'm over here praying for you, pray for you. And I'm just doing it. And I'm this is awesome. And so you're being, when you're doing that, when you're giving things to the Lord, then it becomes his problem. And that's okay. And so it's not something I can control. I'm here to do whatever I can do regardless of the outcome. And so that's why it's good to attach whatever happens, Lord, your will be done. Your will be done. And so when you remember, it's not about my will, but my will be done. No, your will be done. Pray for things, casting all your cares upon him, right? For he cares for you. We need to be doing that, but also at the same time being sensitive to your will be done. Your will be done. Very important part of it. There's a lot of people who say God doesn't answer my prayers. It's no, he did answer them. It just might not have been the answer that you wanted. And so it's it's really good to remember that all things work together for good for those who love the Lord and those who are called according to his purpose. So when you recognize that and you're this is really kind of cool, but also kind of wild, because I don't see the good right now. I'm not seeing the good. God, I'm not... I don't see the good, but the Bible says all things work together for good. And I'm I'm just going to trust you on this one, because we don't see everything now. We see very, very, very little, but he sees the whole picture. And so I'm just going to give that to him and trust him. So praise God for that, and praise God to know his word, and which is why it's so very instrumental to know his word. So anyways, there is that. Genesis chapter 1, verse 6. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I really appreciate it. We're just going through the Bible. But in Genesis chapter 1, verse 6, it says, Then God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Thus God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. So the evening and the morning were the second day. So here is the second day, which is interesting because the first day was Sunday. So that means that this day is Monday. Now, what's interesting about this day is that there is no "it was good" attached to this day, which is very, very funny because this is why Mondays suck. I mean, no, I'm totally kidding. But God doesn't say it was good. You know, if you pay attention to the other days, he always says it was good, right? He always says it was good, it was good, it was good, it was good. But here, he doesn't say it was good, which is very interesting. I'm sure Garfield, we talked about Garfield. I don't know if you guys ever read Garfield in the comics. My brother and I, we used to love Garfield. We would buy all of the books, and we still have some of them. They're still at my parents' house, but we would just flip through all the Garfields, and it was just the funniest thing ever. I love Garfield, but Garfield hated Mondays. Garfield the cat, he hates Mondays. And so he would not, he would approve of God not saying it was good. And so it's good to recognize, before we continue on that, let's go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 31, just so we can clear things up as far as it was good. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 31, it says, "Then God saw everything that he made, and indeed it was very good." And so what you see there is God, everything he made. He loved lasagna, right? Eddie loved lasagna. There was one where Garfield was laying in his little box, you know, like what he slept in, and he just like casually like yawns and wakes up in the morning and does like, he sits up and he yawns, and then the next picture was like his eyes just like huge, and then in the last picture he said, "I did a sit-up." I did a sit-up. Hey, good morning, Alyssa. I love lasagna. Yeah, if you guys, I don't know if anybody in here likes Frank's hot sauce, but I put Frank's hot sauce on all that stuff. Any pasta-related stuff, I'm just putting it all over it. I love spicy. And so when I eat regular marinara or Alfredo or lasagna or chicken, it's just going on there. And I'm just like, pop, 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 pop. Mine is Cholula. Yep. That's a popular one too. We go with the Frank's version. When you get older, look out. Hey, great idea. Yeah, everything. It's life-changing. Katie, what's your favorite thing to do on Sabbath? Oh man. So that's interesting. Sarasha. Let's go ahead and get back into Genesis chapter 1, verse 7. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 7, it says, "Then thus God made the firmament." So, well, okay. So we didn't talk about this before, but I kind of wanted to address it before, and I kind of forgot until now. So let's go, before we go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 6, let's readdress the issue in Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, God says, "Let there be light." Now, before we talked about that light possibly being the Shekinah glory. And so a different way to view that is that light may not be the Shekinah glory, because some people believe that this was God creating light. And so he didn't create the Shekinah glory because that always was there. And so that's what some people believe. So some people believe it's the Shekinah, but other people believe that it is not the Shekinah glory. Thank you, Wish003. So this light it could have just as well been some kind of temporary light that some people just think was in existence during that time. And so it doesn't need to be the Shekinah glory. It could just be some kind of temporary situation that God just implemented for the first couple days of creation. Thank you, Shirley. And so that's what some people believe. And so this light, though, what we know about this light is that this light, even though it may not be the Shekinah, whatever this light is, it was able to produce and act as a type of sun, or act as a temporary piece to the clock. If you imagine, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Wish. Where's 007 at? That's what every time I see 003, I'm just like, but this light is really, really interesting. If you look at the universe as like, if you picture like like a pocket watch, like how you hit the button and the lid pops open. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Kentucky. Thank you so much, guys. If you open the lid of the pocket watch and you look at all the gears and stuff like that, right? Everything's clicking and everything's like, like all the gears are doing all kinds of stuff, and you like all this kind of stuff like going all over the place. And the second hand is like slowly rotating, right? And it's slowly rotating because all of the gears and things inside of it are working together and they're working properly. What's interesting about this light is that this temporary light was there for just a couple days, but it was acting as a no, I don't even want to say a replacement, because it wasn't a replacement. It was something that was there just in a temporary kind of sense before God put the actual sun into an existence, which is really, really interesting. But I want you to just understand that this temporary light that God implemented during these first couple days of creation was able to act as a Band-Aid, in a sense, for a gear to help the timepiece, to help the clock continue to work. Because God's dating system was flung into existence when he created that light. And then the reason why we know that is because when he created this light, which was not the sun, this light was was a part of time. Because he says after he divides the light from the darkness, he says then the evening and the morning were the first day. So it's really interesting thinking about how before the sun was even created, time was flung into existence. So without the sun even being there, without the moon even being there, without the stars even being there, the clock was started. And so this whole concept of time was just now started. And so when you think about the light idea there, you're just like, holy smokes, like what actually was going on here? But before God created plants, he created an atmosphere. He created the whole the situation, because where we're leaning towards now, where we're inching forward to here, what we're going to be talking about here in a little bit, we're going to be talking about, thank you, Ashley, we're going to be talking about plants after we discuss the firmament. But I want you to be sensitive to that this light that God is introducing in Genesis chapter 1, verse 3 is we're able to learn a lot of things about this. First off, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, we see that the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. So the waters are in the visual that we're given here. Thank you, Minin. We have waters. Now we know that they are water and it's not ice. It specifically says that they are waters. Now what this tells us about this light and about the world is that there was heat. There was heat. It was at a certain temperature, because if it was at a frozen temperature, then it wouldn't be waters, it would be ice. And so the Bible says that in the beginning, the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. And so this light seems to have been doing something, or the atmosphere was already a certain kind of way, but there was a certain temperature. And so you're seeing a temperature being introduced to you and I. Thank you, Ashley. You see the light, you see the waters, and then you see that this light also must be radiating some kind of heat because of the plants. The plants are introduced into the world before the sun is. So whatever this light is, whatever this temporary light is, it seems to be giving off heat. It seems to be giving off light, obviously, and it seems to be a part of God's dating system, or a part of the time system that he flung into existence. Thank you guys so much for those gifts. And so it's really interesting when you start to kind of put all these things together, but there's a lot to be said about this. And so it's kind of cool. You have water, you have light, and you have the plants, and all of these things are before the sun even is created. And so now with that, let's go. All of this idea of what you're seeing here is painting a picture of a greenhouse. And so I want you to imagine, like if you imagine going into a greenhouse, it's basically like, like you have like the structure of the house, but the outside of it is all, it's covered in plastic. And so what that does is that creates an atmosphere inside, which is very, very good for the plants. And so I'm sure you guys are all very familiar with that, but that's basically what is being constructed here. God is basically constructing a greenhouse in a sense. Now, what's interesting about the word firmament, now let's go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 6. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 6, we're introduced to the word firmament. Now, the word firmament here is the word rakia, R-A-Q-I-A. The word rakia there has in the Hebrew and Greek, which is associated to that word, which is a concept of firmness. And so it's really interesting when you think about firmament and you associate it to the idea of firmness. Now, why this is so interesting is because there's a whole bunch of people who like to talk about the firmament in our world right now. There's a whole bunch of ideas. There's like, hey, what do you believe? Do you believe the earth is round? Do you believe it's flat? What do you think about the firmament? This is a huge topic of conversation. And I'm just like, well, this is really unbelievable to me because it doesn't, like, I don't know how to win somebody to the Lord by talking about this. Maybe you know how to do it, but it's unbelievable. People make like they have hundreds and thousands of followers, and it's because of their stance on what shape the earth is in. And I'm like, okay, I'm like, I don't know. That is not me. But the word firmament here is the word rakia, which has there's a connotation attached to it of firmness. And so we're going to start talking about this firmament, but another idea or another better way to kind of visualize a firmament, when it says in verse 6, then God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters and let it divide the waters from the waters. A word that might help you understand the word firmament a little bit more is to replace the word firmament with the word expanse, because it might paint a better picture for you. So then God said, let there be an expanse, might help you kind of visualize it a little bit more, because some people believe that the word firmament actually literally means expanse. And so when you look at the waters, like I want you to imagine you have a water balloon. I want you to imagine you have a water balloon. And inside the balloon, you know, the outside of the balloon is plastic or rubber or whatever, and inside is all water. Now I want you to take that water balloon and I want you to drop it into a pool that is a pool of water. So that balloon goes into the pool and it just starts floating inside the water. Now basically what you have there is that balloon is separating the water from inside from the water that is outside. So you have this picture of a division. And so that balloon is basically acting as the expanse. And so basically the idea of the expanse is that there was waters and waters, and God separated the waters. He separated the waters from the waters. And so when you go back to the idea of God separating the waters from the waters, what you have is that in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, you see the Spirit of God hovering over the waters. And so what it seems to imply is that the earth, when it was originally spoken into existence, was a ball or a planet of water. It was a planet of water. Everything was covered in water. The dry ground doesn't even come up until verse 9. And so when you think about that, you're like, you have a planet that is covered by water. And so that's what he has here. But then in Genesis chapter 1, verse 6, you have God separating the waters from the waters. And so now there is an expanse, and then on top up here, on top of this expanse, there's water up here, and then on the earth below, there is water down here. And so God is separating things. He's separating. And so again, I want you to remember all of the elements that are given to you and I. And the elements that are given to you and I is you have a light, some kind of light that is providing heat, because there is waters on the earth. The Spirit of God hovered over waters. It's not ice. So there's temperature. There's a certain temperature here for it to be water. You have the light. You have waters. You have the waters being separated from one another. And so that's a lot of moisture. There's so much moisture. I mean, it's so moist. People are going to be like, I hate the word moist. A moist towelette. But anyways, what you're seeing here is that you're seeing a picture of a greenhouse type structure being implemented into creation. And so that's kind of the idea that you're seeing here. But there is this is a topic of division here, and so we can unpack it a little bit more. In Psalm chapter 19, it says the glory of the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament declares his handiwork. That's in Psalm chapter 19, but it says the firmament shows his handiwork. And so it's interesting to think about how the firmament shows his handiwork. Now, what was in the firmament? Well, what was in the firmament is the creation. And in the creation is you have the sun, moon, and stars. But it's also interesting because if you go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 20, Genesis chapter 1, verse 20, it says, "Then God said, let waters abound with an abundance of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the face of the firmament of the heavens." So you have the firmament, the expanse, and you have the birds flying across the face of the firmament of the heavens. So the earth is here. You have the expanse, which is an atmospheric expanse, and then you have the actual firmament, in a sense, that is basically all the way up at the top. So you see the birds flying all the way up at the top. And so they can only fly so high, but they can't get all the way up. And so it's really, really interesting about how this is, like, you're seeing a picture of all of this kind of stuff. You're like trying to figure it out. Like, you're like, how does this apply? How does this apply? How does this apply? And so let's go to let's go to Job chapter 9 real quick. Job chapter 9, verse 8. Job chapter 9, verse 8. In Job chapter 9, verse 8, it says, "He alone spreads out the heavens and treads on the waves of the sea." So that is in Job chapter 9, verse 8. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 40, verse 22. And we're going to talk about this word, the word stretching. Isaiah chapter 40, verse 22. So the word stretching is something that is... we're going to be chasing a thread here, and each one of these verses are going to be applicable to the word stretching. And so the reason why we're doing this is because the word rakia, or firmament, is the root word, or the etymology of the word rakia is the word raka. And so if you go back to the root word of rakia, which is firmament, and you go to the root word, which is raka, R-A-Q-A, that word raka has the idea of stretching out. And so when you think about, like, we're trying to get a visual of, like, what God is doing back in creation. And so the idea of stretching, let's go to Isaiah 40, verse 22. It says, in Isaiah 40, 22, it says, "It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them out like a tent to dwell in." So that is in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 22. And so I just want you to imagine, like, a potter, like if you're a potter and you work with clay and you're molding things, and you do stuff, and you it's very malleable. You can do whatever you want with this clay. But outside of stretching, let's go to Isaiah chapter 64, verse 1. Isaiah chapter 64, verse 1. Because the heavens are also very, very malleable as well to God. They're not to us. To us, we're living in it. But to him, it's just something that he's doing. It's just whatever he wants to do, he can do. In Isaiah chapter 64, verse 1, it says this, "Oh, that you would rend the heavens." God can rend. Now, the word rend has the idea of tearing, or to be torn. So the heavens can be torn. That is very interesting. Let's go to Psalm 102, verse 26. Psalm 102, verse 26. If you're 30 and still wearing your cap backwards. Oh, man. It's just, you know what? So I just think it's so funny. Oh, gosh. Psalm 102, verse 26. In Psalm 102, verse 26, it says, "They will perish, but you will endure. Yes, they will all grow old like a garment." Now, they will all grow old like the garment. Growing old like a garment is an illusion. This is an allusion to his creation. Because in verse 25, it says, "You laid down the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands." So the heavens are the work of God's hands. We see that, right? This is a no-brainer. And so, Menon, thank you so much. And so you see that the heavens are the work of his hands, but they have the ability to be worn out. He's describing that this heavens, the things that we are seeing right now, has the ability to be worn out. I have this pair of sweatpants, and they are worn out. Like, I'm like, I don't even know if I should wear these anymore. Like, I might not go outside. No, my point here is I've had these forever, and these things are getting just worn out. Like you can see through a couple parts. Like when my dog comes, like when we come home and my dog jumps up on me, he's always like doing this, like on my thighs. And so there's like he scratches at him. And so like after years of that, hey, thank you, Menon, thank you so much. After years of that, there's like wear marks there, like right there on my thighs, like my pockets, the pockets of them are like coming apart. And I'm like, so you have clothing that basically is being worn out. And so thank you, Philana. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. When you think about the idea of this, the picture of something being worn out, we don't often associate as that to the heavens. We don't think about the heavens being worn out. Mrs. Shelley, thank you so much for those gifts, guys. Thank you so much. Kentucky, thank you, guys. And so here in Psalm 102, we see that the heavens are growing old like a garment. They are being worn out like a garment. Now let's go to Hebrews chapter 12, verse 26. Hebrews chapter 12, verse 26. And this is kind of the fun part about doing this kind of stuff, is that you get to be very, very familiar with your Bible because we go all over the place. But in Hebrews chapter 12, verse 26, it says, whose voice then shook the earth, but now he has promised, saying, yet once more I will shake not only the earth, but also heaven. God, the heavens are shakeable. I need you to let that sink in for a second. If I pick up something, give me something. If I pick up my water thing right here, right? If I pick this up, I can shake it. And so you see me picking it up. Like that is something that we can pick up, and we have the concept like, yeah, it's obviously shakeable, but I need you to see it from God's point of view. God created the heavens. And so I want you to, thank you, Menon. I want you to imagine that I created this. I want you to imagine that I built this. I built this. If I built this, I can shake it. And so this is a creation. I am shaking a creation. And so what God is doing, or what God can do, thank you, as Izar, what God can do is he can shake the heavens. Why? Because it's a creation. He's like, I can do whatever I want. He's like, I can shake the earth. I can shake the heavens. I can do that. Now let's go to 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 12. And let's read about some other stuff that he can do. 2 Peter chapter 3. In 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 12, we see what is going to happen to this earth. In 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 12, it says, looking for and hastening the coming of the day of God, because of which the heavens will be dissolved, being on fire, and the elements will melt with fervent heat. This is crazy. So this earth that we are living in, it's going away. The heavens are going away. The reason why it's not going away right now is because of God's word. Let's go back to Hebrews chapter 1. Hebrews chapter 1 is why everything is being held together. And it's really good to see why it's being held together. In Hebrews chapter 1, verse 1, it says, God, who at various times and in various ways spoke in times past to the fathers by the prophets, has in these last days spoken to us by his Son, whom he has appointed heir of all things, through whom also he made the worlds, who being the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power. Pay attention to that word. It says upholding all things. Now, when we think of all things, we think of like, the things that we can see, like the earth, all the things in the earth. But we need to remember what he created. In Colossians chapter 1, verse 16, he created the things visible and the things invisible. All things, everything. I want you to go to the subatomic level and just think about that for a second. The things that are inside you, all the things that are running all over the place, the red blood cells, the white blood cells, the proteins, the lipids, all of these things that are going all over the place in your body, the things we are breathing, the air that we are breathing is a created thing. He is upholding it all. We think that the air just exists. We think before the world was born, before it was created, there was just empty space. No, space was created. It was a created thing. He is upholding all things by the word of his power. That is remarkable when you just start to think about this. Now, that is something that God can do. This earth is going away. But let's also go to Revelation real quick. Revelation chapter 6. Revelation chapter 6. In Revelation chapter 6, this is during the tribulation period. This is in regards to the seals being broken in Revelation chapter 6. And don't you get me started on it, because I'll do it. We'll go through the whole book of Revelation right now. I will do it. Revelation chapter 6, it says in verse 14, in Revelation chapter 6, verse 14, it says, "Then the sky receded as a scroll when it is rolled up, and every mountain and island was moved out of its place." It is crazy to think about the sky receding as a scroll. And so when you think about the sky receding as a scroll, don't you tempt me with a good time. I'm telling you what, Bretta. And so when you think about the sky receding as a scroll, I kind of use this. Like, imagine that this is the sky. Butterflies in the sky. This is the sky, right? This is the sky. And I want you to imagine, like, this is the sky receding. It's going to be rolled up like a scroll. Thank you, Yasmin. And so when you think about that, you're like, holy smokes, this is wild. Because in order for the sky to recede like a scroll, that means that there needs to be a dimension towards it for it to go. Thank you, Kentucky. When you think about something being bent, the sky bending upward or downward or whatever, there needs to be a dimension in order for this to go to. You see how the ends are going up? The ends are going up. The only reason why they can go up is because there's space for it to go up to. And so when you think about the sky receding like a scroll, there needs to be space in order for it to be bent in that direction, which is really, really remarkable. Let's go to the book of Ephesians real fast, because Paul kind of touches on some of this stuff as far as dimensions are concerned. In Ephesians chapter 3, verse 18, Paul gives us dimensions to kind of consider. Now, this is unbelievable how Paul recognizes this kind of stuff. But in Ephesians chapter 3, verse 18, Paul says, may be able to comprehend with all the saints what is the width and length and depth and height. And so you have 4 dimensions that are given to us in Ephesians chapter 3, verse 18. Now the question is, thank you, Menon, thank you so much. How many dimensions are there is the question. How many dimensions are we taking a part of? How many are there? Now, if you do a quick search on it, some people believe that we are experiencing up to 10. And that is what the human mind can conceive. But inconceivable, Princess Bride references all day. But it's really remarkable thinking about, hey, thank you, Nathan. Thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much for the gifts and everything that you guys are doing. Thank you so much. I'm just getting all kind of pumped up. But you have, some people believe that we are up to 10 dimensions, which is really provocative when you start thinking about that. But that's what you and I are aware of. If you recognize that that is what we are aware of, then the question is, what is he a part of? Because where he is going to be different. You and I think that this world is this is what it's like. We forget that this is not normal. We forget that when we drive past a dead animal on the side of the road, we're just like, oh, that's completely normal. No, it's not normal. This is not what it's supposed to be. When we go back to how it's going to be and what it was supposed to be, then it's going to be normal. And so, thank you, Christina. Thank you so much. When we go back in Revelation chapter 5, when John is in the throne room and he's weeping and weeping and weeping and weeping, the reason why he's weeping is because there was nobody who was found worthy in heaven, on earth, or under the earth that was worthy to take the scroll. The scroll there in Revelation chapter 5 is a picture of the title deed to the earth. But then somebody comes up to John. He's like, hey, John, stop crying, you little baby. And then he pointed to the lamb, and he points over here, and he's like, hey, there's a lamb, as though it had been slain. Now, that was Jesus. Jesus comes up, he takes the scroll. The scroll is representing of a title deed to the earth, and he's letting you know that he paid for it. He's like, this is mine now. And so it's already won. You and I are already seated in heavenly places. You can read about that in Ephesians chapter 2. It's unreal to think about it from God's point of view. This is already done. It's just being played out. It's already done. And so it's really, really interesting diving into this kind of stuff. But dimensions, it hurts your mind when you start to think about it. When you start to think about what you and I are exposed to, it's a certain amount. And then when you compare this little amount to what God is a part of, it's just like, holy smokes. In Revelation chapter 21, what you see there is that God dwells with it. It says he tabernacles with us. That is what he's going to do. He wants to dwell with us. It's like, what? It's like, how in the world why does he want to do that? This is how much he loves us. He's like, I want you to understand. He's like, this is what I wanted. It goes all the way back to the book of Genesis. In Genesis, they messed up. We messed up. We forfeited the dominion that God gave us. And that's basically the title deed that comes back into play in Revelation chapter 5. God took it back. He's like, now this is mine. And so he does with it whatever he wants to. But there's going to be a new heavens, new earth, and New Jerusalem. The reason, though, for a new heavens, new earth is because he needs to create things that are not tainted. Right now, this earth is tainted. Right now, the heavens that are existent right now have been tainted because Satan goes to and fro, and he's constantly accusing you and I. And so when you recognize that sin has been in heaven and is still going back and forth into heaven, there's going to come a day when that's not going to be possible anymore. But that doesn't take place until Revelation chapter 12. So it's really kind of cool to see how all of this is going to play out, but it blows your mind when you think about dimensions and you think about God and what is he operating in? We have no ability to understand where he dwells. When it says he dwells in unapproachable light, we have no ability to understand what that actually means. We just can read the words and we have a very small concept, but we really have no idea. We can't even explain light. He's clothed in light. What are you talking about? How does that even work? He's the father of lights. What does that even mean? How does that make sense? And so when you start reading into this kind of stuff and you start putting all these pieces together, your mind is just like blown, and it's exciting to see this kind of stuff. But going back to Genesis chapter 1, when you're talking about the firmament, how he's dividing the firmament from the waters, it seems an idea, again, test all things, hold fast to that which is good, but it seems that God is creating the foundation for the plants and for the animals and for everything to live into. If you are going to get married, if you are a guy and you are going to get married, you are going to want to do all of the stuff that you want to get done before you go and ask the question, right? Before you get married, you're going to want to have, this, and this, right? Like, I got to make sure I got my crap together. And so here, just like how you and I would want to create that kind of environment for our bride, what here God is doing is he's basically creating an environment for his creation. And so it's really kind of cool. And so he's creating a greenhouse in a sense. And so just so you guys understand where I actually believe as far as like the firmament, I think the idea of the firmament has drastically changed throughout time. I think the firmament here in creation goes, I think the firmament was ice. I believe in a round planet. There's going to be some people be like, I can't believe, sheesh. Can you believe he believes the planet is round? And I'm like, every time I look at the moon's round. So like, what is it just like perfect? Are we just like two little plates? Like, is that, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to me because, you see different sides and stuff. I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know. Don't ask me. But, it feels weird that I have to defend that. I believe in a round planet. Anyways, I believe, that's why I keep going this, I believe that when you go to, when you look at the earth before it was, or as it was being created in the 6 days of creations, you have, I believe that there was a sphere of ice all the way around the globe. So I believe that there was a sphere around it, and I believe that the sphere around it was the firmament. So if you picture that this ball right here is the earth, that this is the earth, I want you to imagine that the expanse, the firmament, expanded, and so the earth is inside of it, but it expanded, and so inside this firmament, this ice ball was the earth. And so this ice ball basically is what I believe the firmament was back then. And so that's really interesting because I don't believe that that's what it is right now. I believe that everything changed with the flood. And so when you think about this ice firmament here, the reason why I believe it was ice is because what we recognize as you read the book of Genesis is what you see before the flood is you see a whole bunch of people who were living 900 and so years old. There's a whole bunch of people who live 900 years old, and they're just like, oh, it's my 900. What is Frodo? What does Bilbo say? It's my 111th birthday. You guys are nerds. But that's what he says. And so living that old was just common for Frodo and Bilbo and stuff like that. But when you look at people before the flood, they lived 900 years old. And when you think about them living 969 years old, absolutely, 11 it's really interesting because when you pay attention to how old they lived before the flood and you compared to how they lived after the flood, there is a stark contrast between the two. They lived so stinking long before the flood, but after the flood, they didn't. After the flood, it dropped off significantly. And the question is why? Why? Well, going back to that ice firmament idea, again, this is just an idea. I'm not saying that this is exactly what it is. This is just what I personally believe. You can go do your research. Thank you, Bridget. But I believe that this ice firmament was what was protecting the earth in the beginning, before the flood actually took place. So if you imagine a world being surrounded by ice before the flood, what that would do is it would create it would promote that greenhouse effect that was taking place, and all the plants and all of everything, the air, just being able to breathe the air back then would be a rush. Like, that would be so exciting if we could just breathe the air that they were breathing back then. Thank you, Marin. And so it's really interesting, but that's how it was back then. That's why everybody lived so long, because everything was completely different. They were breathing different. They were eating things that were different. And the light getting to them was getting to them in a different kind of way because of the firmament. But everything changed at the flood. And so the flood, after the flood came, I believe, and this is just my opinion, but I believe that when the flood came, we are told that the fountains of the deep opened up, right? But what also took place is that I believe that a meteor struck the ice, the firmament that was around the earth. And I believe that when that took place, I believe the ice all crumbled down and fell down and got destroyed. And so now that's no longer in existence. So what used to be, I want you to picture like a hyperbaric chamber. Have you guys pictured a hyperbaric chamber before? Hey, thank you, 3 Victory. Thank you so much for subscribing. That is very kind. I want you to picture a hyperbaric chamber. If you know what a hyperbaric chamber is, it's typically what rich people do when they have a lot of money and they don't know what to do with it. They're just like, I'm going to buy an island. But a hyperbaric chamber, they get into this bed and they just pull over like this glass, and then it's pumping all kinds of like pure oxygen in there and all this kind of stuff, and people just live and they're thriving because they're living and creating an environment that's similar to how it was back before the flood. And so this hyperbaric chamber is what the ice seems to have created before the flood. And so if you imagine a world where people were just living in a hyperbaric chamber, and that was just the norm back then. Thank you, Trucker Jeremiah. He said rich people, just rich people. I don't know. They sound expensive. I guess I never looked it up before. Maybe they're $30. But if you look at that world in a hyperbaric kind of sense, it seems to make a lot more sense for why they lived so long before the flood. And so the question is, why did they not live very long after the flood? Because after the flood, they go from like 900 years down to like 200, 202, 200 years, 100, and then it goes all the way down, all the way down. And so you see it's dwindling very, very quickly, which means something drastic had to have happened. And so what seems to have happened, it seems that ice, thank you, Bridget, was shattered. And so an idea is that something struck that ice. And so a thought, or just an opinion, just a view, again, this is just my opinion, is that something struck that ice and broke it. And so the reason, every time you have something like that, it's always good to kind of pull from something to kind of see if that fits anywhere else in the Bible. Go to Revelation chapter 8. In Revelation chapter 8, you are introduced to the trumpet judgments. The trumpet judgments are something cool to dive into, but this is a judgment of the thirds, meaning that everything that is being affected, it's literally just 1/3 of those things. Thank you, Lisa. And so when you look at the judgment of the thirds, you see that whatever is being impacted here in Revelation chapter 8. If it's the trees, it's 1/3 of the trees. If it's the ships, it's 1/3 of the ships. If it's the waters, it's 1/3 of the waters. But let's pay attention. Revelation chapter 8, verse 8. In Revelation chapter 8, verse 8, it says this, "Then the second angel sounded, and something like a great mountain burning with fire was thrown into the sea, and a third of the sea became blood." Now, what this actually seems to be alluding to is it seems to be painting a picture of a meteorite, a meteor, which was coming down to the earth. And so this is going to be applicable during, thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you guys so much. This is super kind. I mean, you guys are awesome. I mean, I appreciate this more than you even know. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lisa. But in Revelation chapter 8, verse 8, you see that something is going down into the water. And this is going to take place during the tribulation period. Now, why this is interesting is because Revelation and Genesis go hand in hand in many different arenas. And so the idea is, the question that I'm asking, I guess, rather, is would it be too far-fetched to see how in Revelation, which is during the tribulation period, during that time when we see a meteor coming down to the earth, which is what Revelation 8:8 seems to be painting a picture of, would it be too far-fetched to say that during the flood that there was also something that was attached to that destruction? Because as in the days of Noah, right, we see that there's very, very many similarities that are going hand in hand with Genesis and Revelation, Genesis and Revelation, Genesis and Revelation, Genesis, Revelation. You see comparisons all over the place. It's really, really kind of cool. And so it's just an idea. I don't know. I wasn't there. And so this is just, postulation. And so I just want you, I'm presenting that to you. You can take that and then you can just throw it away, or you can take that and you can just put that in your pocket. Say what again? I don't know what to say. What would you like me to say again? Oh gosh. Can't wait. Tell me what to say again. If you tell me what to say again, that means you heard what I said. The flood stuff. Oh gosh. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. No, the flood stuff. I don't know. What were you talking about? I have no idea. I'm so sorry. I have no idea. What you just asked? Oh, I said it wouldn't be too much of a stretch from the correlation from Revelation 8 to the flood. Okay, thank you, Amber. I believe that if you look in Revelation chapter 8, well, the book of Revelation and the book of Genesis seem to be, they parallel one another in many different arenas. And so if you look at Revelation chapter 8, verse 8, you see a meteor coming to the earth. And that meteor coming to the earth is covered in fire, and so that's what is associated with the tribulation period. And so if you compare the meteor that we know is going to be in Revelation chapter 8, or what it seems to be a meteor rather, and you use that same principle back to the flood times, I'm just pulling from Revelation to paint the picture that the ice that was covering the earth back during the time before the flood had to have been broken, because now we're living in a world that is not a hyperbaric chamber. Now we're living in a world that is a broken hyperbaric chamber. And so that's the idea. So I was just using the meteor that's in Revelation chapter 8, and I'm using that to bring it to Genesis and just showing you what may have happened. And I don't know. You can, as per usual, test all things, hold fast that which is good. Thank you. I call BS. Ha! Got me. Daggone it. In Genesis chapter 1, you can't trust anybody nowadays. Oh, okay. Genesis chapter 1. Thank you, Russell. Thank you for the hat. Love the honesty. I'm telling you what. In Genesis chapter 1, going back to Genesis chapter 1, so it's really, really kind of interesting trying to visualize the entire concept. What did it look like back then? We don't know, but we know that they lived a lot longer than what we live now. And so it's really interesting. And so this is, when you start talking about entropy is basically something decaying, and it's everything that you're seeing in our world right now is decaying. You buy a brand new car, it's decaying. You drive it right off the lot and it's already got a scratch on it. Like, that is the natural order of things in our world. But that's not how it used to be. That's just what it became. And so it's really fascinating thinking about this kind of stuff. And so if you rewind and we go all the way back to the beginning, you see that somebody set it all in motion. In order for things to be winding down, it first needed to have been wound up. So who is the person who wound it up? That is God. And so when you think about this is what is under attack in our school system. This is why when you send kids to school, they don't know what's right, what's left, what's up, what's down. They don't know anything anymore. They don't know what gender they are. This is a world of confusion because of Satan. Satan is the prince of the power of the air, right? He is the God of this world. He is calling the shots in many different ways. And we are under this huge cloud of deception. I want you to imagine it's really foggy outside. That's essentially what the world is. You can't see anything. You don't know which way, like what's going on, like what's happening. That's how it is in a spiritual kind of sense. Thank you, I call 72. Not getting me again. But that is, stop it, change your name. But it's just really kind of cool to see this kind of stuff. But this the ice would explain a lot. The ice would explain a hyperbaric chamber kind of effect. It would explain the oxygen levels were so much different. It would explain the air that they were breathing was different. The plants were different. Everything was different until after the flood. So something had to have changed after the flood. And so when you identify the flood as the lynch point for everything changing, because all the way from the creation to right before the rains came, from here to here, everything was a certain kind of way. And then from after the flood to where we are now, it has completely fallen apart. Like, we're lucky to live like 80 years old now. It's just like, if you know somebody, one of my wife's, her grandma, I think she's like 92. And she came over not too long ago, and we were all just picking her brain about what was it like before you had a cell phone. Oh, it's just crazy. Like, she was telling us stuff that I was like, oh my goodness, that is crazy. And so how fast things have accelerated from when she was a little girl to where we are now. I can only imagine it from her point of view. And we think about it from a 92-year-old point of view. It's just unbelievable. Would the people be living like it's the Arctic if it was all ice? No. I'm saying the firmament. The if you picture like if you put like a hamster in a hamster ball, like the ball would be the ice, and then if you just put a little ball inside that ball, that would be the world, and the hamster ball would basically be the ice covering, which would basically be providing a hyperbaric kind of effect on the world. So that's just an idea. I'm 50 and I remember no cell phones. I know, yeah, me too. I remember no cell phones. It was joking because our world is nothing. Everybody is attached to their cell phone, so that's what I was pulling from. I totally understand a world without cell phones. I remember my first cell phone. It had a little antenna, and I was like, I thought it was so cool. I was like, let me call somebody real fast. Captain's log. But it was the flip phones, remember the chocolates, I was laughing. I had a pager. Get her out of here. Nokia, man, Nokia's, those were like, if you were preparing for doomsday, get a Nokia. Flip phone, the brick. I remember the first time I texted, it was 10 cents. We were just talking about this. Do you guys remember when texting came out and everybody was like, this is the most ridiculous thing ever? Like, who in the world is going to spend their time texting when I could just call the person? And now we don't call the person, we just text the person. It's like we're going to try to be as impersonal as possible. The phone booth? Yeah. Remember Y2K? Absolutely. Yes. See, you guys, it's my people. My people. Not even an email. Send them an electronic mail. Oh, man. It's so funny. Okay, so all of this is, we should still have phone booths. Yes. Let's go picketing. Bring back the phone booths. Yes, texting, absolutely. The glory days. You've got mail. How about a beeper? I'm telling you what. Man, the beepers. I never personally had a beeper. I always thought it was cool when people did, though, because they would be like this. and they just like have this like, oh, okay, real cool. You got a beeper and I don't. Like, rub it in. Like, my goodness. You just called me poor in like 5 different languages. Like, I don't even know if they were expensive, but like it was cool back then. I don't know. Let's focus. Let's get back into it. Let's go to Psalm 33, verse 7. There's some pretty cool stuff here. Psalm 33, verse 7. You guys are the worst. Like, come on. What are we even talking about? Creation. Psalm 33, verse 7 is a really interesting passage here. But in Psalm chapter 33, verse 7, it says, He gathers the waters of the sea together as a heap. He lays up the deep in storehouses. This is what God does. Let's go to Psalm 24, verse 1 now. Psalm chapter 24, verse 1 and 2. In Psalm chapter 24, verse 1 and 2, it says, The earth is the Lord's and all its fullness, the world and those who dwell therein. And then here in Psalm 24, verse 2, you get this really wild verse. It says in Psalm 24, verse 2, it says, For he has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the waters. This is crazy. Psalm chapter 24, verse 2 is crazy. So what this is saying is that the earth was built on top of the waters. The earth was built on top of the waters. What? Like, hey, thank you, Brandy. When you see that, it says, For he founded it, the earth, upon the seas and established it upon the waters. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, when you and I create something, we talked about this last time, if I was going to create something, if I was going to build a house, I would lay a concrete foundation. I'd be like, this is rock solid right here. But God, in his unbelievable amazingness, seems to just like want us to understand that he doesn't need to work and operate in the laws of physics that we say, like, oh, that defies the laws of physics. Well, yes, it does. But remember, who made the law? Like, it's not out. Like, we think we gotta, like we write things down. Law of physics cannot be defied and all this kind of stuff. It's like, no. God is outside whatever we think. Like, whatever we think cannot be done. God's like, wait a second. He's like, founded it upon the seas and established it upon the waters. I'm like, okay. Just goes to show you that he can do whatever he wants to. And so it seems that the earth is founded on the seas, upon the waters, and established it upon the waters. You're just reading this and you're just like getting your mind blown left and right. And you're like, what is going on here? It is unbelievable. It is absolutely unbelievable. Let's go to Genesis chapter 7, verse 11. Real quick, we'll talk about the flood because I think that's kind of good. Let's talk about Genesis chapter 7. Genesis chapter 7, verse 11. In Genesis chapter 7, verse 11, it says, In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, on that day, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. So when you read this passage and you go back to that picture that we were seeing, you see that in Genesis chapter 1, that God separated the waters from the waters, right? So here's the earth. It's a watery planet, is what it seems. And then he separated the waters from the waters, so he expands everything out. And when he expands everything out, now there's that ice that is basically around the earth. And so on this ice, above the waters, are more waters. And so what you see in Genesis chapter 7, verse 11, it says, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up. Now, we just read that he founded the earth on the waters. On the waters. He founded it upon the waters. He established it on the waters. And you're just like reading this and you're like, holy smokes. And so underneath our earth, like the crust of our earth, is fountains of the deep. And so that's what you're reading here in Genesis chapter 7, verse 11. And so what you see that takes place when the flood actually occurred is the fountains of the deep just erupted. It just went all over the place. Thank you so much, Bridget. They erupted. They went all over the place. It was just like, and just like, when you think about the flood, I don't want you to just think about just like slowly, just like, oh, this is just wonderful. No, I want you to just think of just nothing but chaos and anarchy and just straight destruction. It was just violent. And so you have these the great deep being unleashed and all of the waters that were just under there, kind of like a water balloon. Yes, Darcy, like childbirth, we're actually going to talk about that because that's talked about in the book of Job. But you see here that all the fountains of the deep were broken up. And so then you see that the windows of heaven were also open. So the windows of heaven, like what does that actually mean? Is this talking about how this is the first time that it began to rain? Or is this when all of the waters from above also started coming down? Or when the firmament was crushed and, everything started crumbling down? I don't know. But it's really provocative. This world flooded because of the fountains of the deep predominantly. It wasn't just that rain and lots of rain, and this also wasn't just a local flood. There are some people who think that it was just a local flood, and if that's just the case, then why didn't God just tell Noah to just relocate? Hey, be like, go 50 miles that way, as I'm gonna flood this place. Just this place right here. But if you go over there, you're fine. No, he told him to build a boat. He was like, this is going to be a huge flood. So this just wasn't a little localized. Hey, thank you, Gospeler. This wasn't just a localized flood. This was a worldwide flood. And so it's crazy how people want to. And so it's also really interesting when you start thinking about mountains. Mountains, I think we're all also very differently there too. If you in Genesis chapter 7, or in the book of Genesis, if you click on the word mountain, a possible definition for the word mountain there, I want to say it's hal, H-A-L, or R-A-L in the Hebrew word. I can't actually remember, but I was looking into it the other day. Possible definition for the word mountain before the flood could be a hill. And so if you imagine the world before the flood, let's go back and let's imagine a world before the flood. Before the flood, there were no oceans. There was waters, we know that, because there was fish swimming in the sea, and they were, that was something that God created in one of the 6 days of creation. So we know that there was waters. But there wasn't oceans. Now, you and I are disconnected from one another. You and I, everything changed. When the flood happened, everything changed. And so it's really interesting. Some people say that the continents broke apart, and I'm just or the world broke apart, and the continents kind of separated and shifted and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, well, you need to remember that underneath the water, there is ground. We are all connected. I want you to imagine the world without water. Just take away the water that's on top of the surface of the earth. And what do you have? You have earth. You have dry ground. Everything is connected. You just have a funky looking earth, right? And so what's interesting about that is that waters filled up all of those very, very deep parts of the earth. And so we see the oceans. We can't even explore all the depths of the oceans. The bottom of the ocean is more of a mystery than everything else. It's really remarkable. I think that's actually where NASA actually began, was by exploring the oceans. And then they switched that, which is interesting. But my point here is to get you to understand that we were all at one point before the flood connected. Everybody could walk. You could walk wherever you wanted to. If you wanted to go over there, you could walk. It's just going to take you a little bit of time, but everybody could go anywhere they wanted to. And then all of a sudden the earth opened up, and all of the deep floods, the great deep opened up, and everything went all over the place. Hey, April, hello, September. And so when you think about what happened with the earth started filling up, everything started getting very, very violent. And so I used the analogy before, which I think is actually kind of helpful. But if you imagine that this is carpet and here is a wall, but like imagine that this is the earth, like the top of the earth. If you imagine that when the great deep opened up, the great deep opened up and all of the water came up, what this would do to the surface of the earth is it would push the surface of the earth this way, and when it would hit something else, it would basically buckle and do this kind of effect, like kind of like carpet. Imagine pushing carpet into a wall. It would basically do this. And so all of a sudden you have big squished mountains that go real high, and then you also have things that go real low. And so that's basically what the earth became. And so if you imagine a grape, like a grape, I love using the grape. And so I just had a huge grape that I packed in a lunch, not yesterday, I think it was, or no, yeah, I don't know. But it was a huge grape, and I'm like, oh man, that's a good grape right there. You know, like how good are grapes, right? But Imagine that grape, and it's ready to go. It is perfectly plump. And then all of a sudden, I want you just to leave it outside in the hot sun for a day. And then I want you to go back to that grape. You go back to that grape and you look at it and it's all shriveled and it's got all kinds of wrinkles and stuff like that. You just see a grape. The grape is still there, but it lost a lot of its fluid. And so it went all over the place, but you see a different version of the grape. It's all kind of like just weird looking, and it's just like, get it away from me. But there's still water inside. There just isn't as much. My point here is that grape is still a grape. It just looks different because now you're looking at it, how it changed. It changed. And so the earth is kind of like that kind of idea as a way. The earth before the flood doesn't mean that there was all kinds of crazy high mountains and all kinds of stuff. But when the great deep opened up, all of those mountains seem to have been formed because everything was being unlocked and unleashed and all kinds of chaos was happening, which created all kinds of stuff. And it was just a natural byproduct. So it's really, really fascinating to see this kind of stuff. But let's go to Job chapter 38 real quick, and let's check out some stuff that is in Job chapter 38, verse 8. Job chapter 38, verse 8. In Job chapter 38, verse 8, Job chapter 38, verse 8, God is talking to Job, and he's like, what's up, Job? He's like, Job, where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth, right? This is basically where he's putting Job in his place. Job is complaining. He's going through the gauntlet, and he has a right to complain, right? Like, that's what we think. But God calls him out. He's like, where were you? He's like, who are you to ask me these questions? And then it's really kind of cool to remember this, because you and I often, many times, I mean, how many times have we felt like we're just like Job? Like, there's times where we're just going through it, and it's just like, but it's important to understand the lesson that God is teaching Job. He called Job out, and he's like, where were you? He's like, go ahead. You want to ask me questions? You think you can ask me questions? And it's fascinating. But in Job chapter 38, in regards to God basically demonstrating his sovereignty over all of creation, he is basically asking Job in a Q&A kind of way. And so in Job chapter 38, verse 8, or in verse 7, we learn that the angels were existing before the creation actually occurred. Because in Job chapter 38, verse 7, God says that the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy. And so all of the angels are there before the earth was created. And then God creates the earth, and then all the angels are like, yay! They get so excited, and they're just like, how awesome is God, right? That's what they were doing. But in verse 8, this is where we're going to focus on. In Job chapter 38, verse 8, God says to Job, he says, or who shut in the sea with the doors when it burst forth and issued from the womb? That's what you see. This is God talking about the great deep, the flood being completely unleashed. He's like, who did that? Who did that? And he describes it in a way that is synonymous with how Jesus describes it. You see here that God is describing the great deep opening up as if hey, thank you, potato. Potato. You're just a potato. You're not, there's another potato. But what's in between? What's this mean? What is that? What is this? What is that? What is that? What does this say? What is it? Potato. Potato. What does your name mean? Does it mean potato in Arabic, or what is that? Anyways, it says potato. No, it does not. No, it does not. Does it really? Fact check them. Oh my goodness. I said that before you texted that. I don't know if you knew that, but that is hilarious. If that says potato in Arabic, oh my goodness. That's hilarious. Good job. I can't. That's my favorite thing today. But let's fact check them. Get them, boys. It does. I'll explain why one day. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, yeah, okay, I'll explain. We need an explanation for why it says you're surrounded by potatoes. You got two potatoes, and then in the middle, it's got three potatoes. It's the Trinity of potatoes. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for that. Okay, so in Job chapter 38, Yeah, deja vu. I'm telling you, every time I see his name, I'm just like, what is going on here? Great valleys and depths where the water broke from not flat, just a thought. Yeah, I believe in a spherical globe as well. But in Job chapter 38, verse 8, God is basically creating an illusion from a pregnant woman. He's pulling from a pregnant woman here. The idea of what happens with the pregnant woman, like when a pregnant woman, when her water breaks, there's water that issues forth. It bursts forth, right? Like she could just be standing there and then all of a sudden, boom. And so that's what he's pulling from. So it's interesting to see how God is using a pregnancy to depict an idea. And it's really kind of provocative. Let's go to Matthew chapter 24 real quick. In Matthew chapter 24, this is an amazing chapter. So much fun. But in Matthew chapter 24, verse 8, I think it is. Yeah, Matthew chapter 24, verse 8, Jesus, when he's talking to his disciples, and he pulls from the same kind of idea that he used when he was talking to Job. Think about that. God, when he was talking to Job, using the idea of a pregnancy, uses that idea again in Matthew chapter 24, verse 8. In Matthew chapter 24, verse 8, Jesus is talking to his disciples in regards to the end times. And in regards to the end times, he says, all these are the beginning of sorrows. Now, that word sorrows is also the idea of birth pangs. So when you think about birth pangs, you see Jesus in Matthew 24 using a pregnant woman analogy. Thank you, Krista. What was that? It's a potato in Paris. We get. Was he holding a loaf of bread? This is getting crazy. Thank you so much. But what you have there in Matthew chapter 24 is Jesus using a word that can be relating to a pregnant woman in birth pangs in regards to the end times. Because when you look at a pregnant woman, if I just show you a picture of a pregnant woman, you would be able to tell how far along she was in a roundabout way. Thank you, Minin. You would be able to see like, oh, she's about 5 months, she's about 6 months, she's about 7 months, she's about 8 months, she's about 9 months, she's about to pop, right? And so thank you, Terry. So he draws the analogy there in Matthew 24, verse 8, and he does the same thing. And thank you, Bridget. Thank you, guys. He does the same thing in Job chapter 38, where he says that water bursts forth, and he says, as from the womb. And so I just want you to appreciate how consistent the scriptures are, how consistent the visuals are. And so this water that burst forth in Job chapter 38, verse 8, where the water burst forth as issued from the womb, what this ended up doing to the world is it ended up creating scars on the earth. And so we talked about this last time, but the scars on the earth was basically pointing a picture to the fault lines. Thank you, potato. And so you have scars all over the earth, and those scars are in the forms of fault lines. And so those fault lines, the question is, when was the first time that the fault lines actually came into existence? When was the first time? And so I would argue that the first time that fault lines entered into or onto the world was when the flood actually happened. So when the flood actually happened, it was just the earth kind of like shifted in a sense, and all of the waters burst forth, and the world became flooded. And so it's really kind of cool to see how this is coming all together. But when all of these plates on the earth basically shift on during the flood, this would create all kinds of chaos. All of the plates like shifting. Thank you, potato. You have volcanoes when plates shift. You have earthquakes when plates shift. All of these things happened, and I would argue that the first time that all of these took place was back during the flood. And so this is all going back. Thank you so much, potato. This all goes back to Genesis and creation. So let's go back to Genesis chapter 1, verse 6, and let's kind of like recap what we talked about so far up until this point. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 6, it says, "Then God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Thus God made the firmament and divided the waters." Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much for that subscription renewal. Thank you so much. That is very kind. He said, divided the waters from the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. So the evening and the morning were the second day. And so here, going back to the idea of the firmament, so just to kind of conclude, or in summary, in a sense, the firmament back then, I believe, was ice. And after, I believe that it was an ice firmament before the flood. However, after the flood, I believe that ice firmament broke, and it became the atmosphere. So now we just have the atmosphere. So now it's, instead of an ice firmament, I believe it's just an atmospheric firmament. And so that's just what I believe personally. There's a lot of people who disagree, but that's fine. That is, it's above me, and it's too much for me, which is why I think it's really good to always remember, like, it's not about me knowing more or you knowing more or who's right or who's wrong and this kind of secondary stuff. Let's go to Psalm 131 just to kind of remember. But in Psalm chapter 131, David is writing something that we can really, really be sensitive to in our own studies and our own walk, because there are things that are higher than what we can really grasp. And David kind of touches on that in Psalm 131, verse 1. In Psalm 131, thank you, Karen. In Psalm 131, verse 1, it says, Lord, my heart is not haughty, nor my eyes lofty, neither do I concern myself with great matters, nor with things too profound for me. So David is recognizing that there is things that he can't grasp. And I would argue that this stuff that we're talking about now are things that we fully cannot grasp, but we can talk about them. It's just that I'm not going to be dogmatic about it. I will say that it is a 24-hour creation period, because that, people believe in an old earth, and I do not believe in an old earth. I believe in a young earth. And so this is just, a part of that. But in verse 2, Psalm 131, verse 2, David says, surely I have calmed and quieted my soul like a weaned child with his mother. Like a weaned child is my soul within me. O Israel, hope in the Lord from this time forth and forever. You see David, in a sense, wanting to get closer and closer and closer and closer to the Lord. He's like, I just want to get as close as I possibly can. He's like, I don't know this. He's like, I don't know what's going on over here, but I know you got it going on. I know you got it under control. I know you have this. Thank you, Vera. I know you can handle this. I know it's all yours. And so you see that in Psalm 131. And so try to keep that in mind as you wade through these waters. Genesis is rather difficult. It's challenging. But in Genesis chapter 1, thank you, Bridget. In Genesis chapter 1, you and I are entering in a time where we truly, I can't wait to get to heaven to find out exactly what was going on here. Okay, so that is Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 through 8. And now we're going to be diving into verse 9 through 12 and talking about some stuff here. Before we continue, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse, and that's what we've been doing. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all of the Pauline epistles, Isaiah, Zechariah, Matthew, 1 Peter, 2 Peter. We just finished Revelation again, and now we are covering the book of Genesis. And so if you haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to follow me on YouTube if you would like to. I typically live stream on YouTube and TikTok at the same time. YouTube has been giving me some problems, so that's unfortunate, so I apologize for that. But I do upload all of these to YouTube. Hello, Sunflower. Ryan is showing how the heavens are stretched. Yeah, right. But if you haven't followed me over there, if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, maybe consider giving this one a shot if you're interested. But I feel like we do a pretty good dive into the Bible, and so it's really kind of fun if you've been here since the beginning, which we've been doing these studies for about a little bit over a year and a half now. My understanding has grown so much, and I know if you've been here, yours probably has too, because of all the things we've talked about. I mean, you've probably heard me say, I got this wrong. I used to think this, but now I think this, and so I am I am growing and growing and growing, and it's creating a desire to want to tell people about Jesus. Because the more I know, the more I want to tell people, and that's why I encourage you to learn, because we are to add to our faith our virtue knowledge. The more knowledge you understand, the more about God that you understand, the more you know about Him, the more you want to tell people about Him. And so April, right, Krista? Yes, absolutely. And so cool. And so I'm thankful that you guys are here on this journey with me, and we're all just growing together. I'm not a pastor. I'm not a scholar. I'm not anything, special, no title. We're just doing a Bible study. I literally created a TikTok just to tell people about Jesus. I'm like, I'm gonna get on there and I'm gonna tell them about Jesus, because there's so many people who are doing some wrong things and saying the wrong thing. And I'm like, they're leading people astray by saying this and that. And I'm like, I gotta do something. And so I literally was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna tell people about Jesus. And that's what I did. Thank you, honesty. And then you guys ended up convincing me, and I didn't want to do it. But no, I'm totally kidding. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, and so if you guys wanted to follow me on YouTube, all of these are uploaded to YouTube, but test all things, because there's some things on there that I wish I could go back and redo, because I'm like, oh, I didn't do very well on that passage right there. I wish I could go back and retouch on this. And sometimes I do. It just doesn't happen until a couple of videos later. But I change my mind, and it's because I unpack and I try to understand, and I have conversations, I research, and the picture for me is becoming more clear. And so like I'm trying to paint a picture to you guys in a way that I understand. And so this is why, thank you. What's up? Hansenology, the study of Hansen. But that is, that's pretty cool to be able to do that. So thank you guys for trusting me if you guys do that. And thank you so much. But if you guys would like to support this ministry, there are ways to do that. There's some ways to help this out if you would like to. I'm literally just trying to do this in a way, never wanting to, there's some people who are like crazy with it, but this is literally just to see if this is sustainable. That's the only thing I'm actually striving for. And so if you guys have been doing that, thank you so much. It is a huge blessing. So thank you. We'll see what doors open, what doors close in the future, and we're just going to keep on keeping on until I can't. So that's the idea. Genesis chapter 1. Oh, but before we continue, I want you guys to understand this is all secondary. The main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? If you don't know that, then this stuff doesn't really matter. How do you get to heaven? First off, you need to understand the bad news. The bad news is that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's terrible. That is terrible. Think about that. Falling short of the glory of God, we want to be with him, but we fall short because we are sinners. But it doesn't end there. But that's just the bad news. There's more bad news. For the wages of sin is death. For the wages of sin is death. It's crazy. We are under the death penalty because we sinned one time. If you've sinned once, you are under the death penalty from God's point of view. Why? Because he can't allow that into his presence. But it goes on in Romans 6:23, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And praise God for that. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. That's why Jesus says, I am the door. I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am not a way, a truth, and a life. I am the way, the truth, and the life. It's him. It's Christ and Christ alone. You're putting your faith in him, right? We're putting our faith in what he did. And, for by grace you have been saved through faith. And that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. That's very important. That's so important that we drill that in. And so that's always going to be the focus of everything that we talk about. We're in Genesis, but that's the focus. We're in Revelation, but that's the focus. We're in Daniel, but that's the focus. The focus is on Jesus, 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 Jesus. Tony Argent, good new. There's no hell either. Now grow up. Oh, Dad. But it's just remarkable. We are, even him, it's sad to see, many people come in here, and I'm totally used to it. A lot of people want to debate and tell me how wrong I am. And I'm like, I might be wrong. Thank you, Potato. There are some people, I'm probably wrong in some areas, but it's unbelievable to just look at the world and see its design and say that there is no God. And it is just a heartbreaking thing. But in Romans chapter 1, we learn that we are all without excuse. And it's because of creation is evidence of it. Hello, Nancy. And so it's heartbreaking for people like that. And, people who just completely rebel. And, I can't do anything about that. But I can keep telling people about Jesus. That's what I can do. And so even though those people may just, kind of get at me a little sometimes, but it is at the end of the day, it's important to recognize that that is still a soul. And so it's always I try I really do try to always let my speech be with grace seasoned with salt, and that's a very difficult thing to do it sometimes, especially if you catch me on a bad day, because I have some bad days sometimes too, just like everybody else. But that's, we're human. Do the best that we can. Let's go back into it. Genesis chapter 1. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 9 through 12, we are now going to be reading about Tuesday. We're going to be talking about Tuesday. So God created the light on Sunday. That's what he did on Sunday. Thank you, Hansen. Savannah, hello. He created the light, and he divided the light from the darkness on Sunday. He created the firmament on Monday. That's what he did on Monday. And now we're going to be talking about the third day. And the third day is going to be covered in verses 9 through 13. 9 through 13 is Tuesday. And so in Genesis chapter 1, verse 9 through 13, we will just read this. Thank you, April. I appreciate that. I don't know why I have to refollow everyone. Did they reset people's friends list? Oh, man. I hope not. I do notice that, though. There's people who follow me and refollow. I'll be back. Okay. Okay. I do see people. I'm like, why does this person keep following me all the time? This is the 30th time you followed me. Maybe they're just in a tug of war inside their mind. Oh, I hate him. No, I love him. No, I hate him. Nope. No, I'm going to follow him, but I'm not going to like it. I'm going to follow him just so I'm going to unfollow him. Anyways, Genesis chapter 1, verse 9. Thank you, Tiffany. Good to see you. Potato, thank you so much. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 9 through 13, this is where we start talking about the next day. This day is going to be focusing on Tuesday. Today is not... Oh, today is Tuesday. We did it. Totally planned that. But we're talking about Tuesday. And so on this day, this is when God is going to separate the land from the sea. He's going to create dry ground. So he's doing a whole bunch of stuff. It's just I want you to imagine a maestro, just doing this kind of stuff. If you and I could ever watch a professional, a huge name, painter, somebody who is an amazing artist, just kind of working, you would just enjoy sitting there and watching them do what they're doing. Or even somebody who is amazing in, clay, molding things into cups or bowls or a vase or something like that. Or somebody who is awesome at woodworking, or somebody who is good at ice sculpting or anything like that. Thank you, Lisa. I think it's really kind of cool that we would just enjoy it. You guys ever just walk around in a fair and you see somebody doing glass blowing, where they blow air into glass and they're forming it and they're working with glass and they make it into something. Everybody who is just walking by just naturally stops and just watches. Even if it's only for a couple seconds, they do look over and they're like, oh wow, that's kind of cool. And they just kind of want to see how he's doing it. And then if you get really taken over by it, you might just stand there for a while and just observe and enjoy watching somebody do what they do. And so that's kind of what we're doing here. Picasso, yeah. But here we're kind of trying to visualize that, but from a long way away. It's very captivating. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, April. High five. But it's really kind of cool to see this. This is what God is doing. He's doing something that is absolutely amazing. And so we just get to sit back here and kind of just try to soak what he did in way back then. But here in verse 9, Genesis chapter 1, verse 9, we're going to read. It says in verse 9, it says, "Then God said, let the waters under heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, let the earth bring forth grass, her herb, and that yields seed, and the fruit tree that yields fruit according to its kind, whose seed is in itself on the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, the herb that yields seed according to its kind, and the tree that yields fruit, whose seed is in itself according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. So the evening and the morning were the third day. So this is the third day. This is Tuesday. And so this is really, really kind of interesting. There's a lot of kind of cool stuff that is kind of attached here. But like in regards to the seed within itself, and we're told that it bore fruit according to its own kind. This is really kind of instructive in a sense because, you know, what we create as humans when we procreate according to our kind, just like how seeds and the fruit and whatnot procreate based upon its kind. And so what they're doing is what we do. We do not give birth to animals. That's not what we do. There's some people who refer to humans as animals. We are not animals. We are humans. We are made in the image of God. And so for when people degrade us down into an animal, it is one of the most repulsive things ever because you are taking it away and you're basically referring to God as an animal, which is he's not. You and I are distinct. We are over the animals, and so therefore we have dominion over them, and we are made in the image of God, which is very important to pay attention to. But the seeds that are talked about here is really kind of interesting because it's focusing on the seed. Now, there's a lot of stuff, like I don't know if there's people in here who like really dive deep into like, you know, like eating healthy and this kind of stuff, but seeds are very, you know, there's a lot of unbelievable things that are attached to seeds. Seeds are extremely healthy in any kind of way. You can do some studies on certain seeds, apricot seeds, you know, apple seeds. All of these seeds are very, very, very beneficial for our bodies, which is really kind of cool. Bacon wrapped in bacon. Hello, Wendy. But in Genesis chapter 1 through 9, on this third day, I want you to be sensitive to verse 10 and verse 12. If you look at verse 10, what you say there in verse 10, Genesis chapter 1 verse 10, you see that God says it was good. And then if you look in verse 12, at the end of verse 12, you see that God says again, it was good. Now it's really interesting when you look at Genesis chapter 1, verse 6 through 8, because during the second day, which was Monday, God doesn't say it was good. He doesn't say it was good. And so there's some ideas as why God doesn't say it was good, maybe because there was nothing that was literally created. Everything that was there was already there. He just kind of divided. So that's an idea that some people pull from. But it's interesting how there is no it was good attached to Monday, but on Tuesday, which is where we are right now, thank you, Potato. But on Tuesday here, what you have in Genesis chapter 1 through 9 through 13, Genesis 1, 9 through 13, you see God says it was good 2 different times. Thank you, iCall. Thank you so much for that gift. Potato, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Very kind. But in Genesis chapter 1, verse 9 through 13, you see that it was good is introduced to you and I 2 times. It was mentioned 0 times on Monday, but here it is mentioned 2 times. Now, this is really interesting, but when it says, one of the things that is kind of interesting to think about from the Jewish point of view is that from the Jewish point of view, the Jewish people will call Tuesdays the day of double blessing. They call it the day of double blessing, and it's because of what you see here in Genesis chapter 1, verse 9 through 13. So when a Jewish person views this, they see it and they say, this is a double blessing. This day is a day of double blessing. And this is why many of the Jewish weddings they take place on Tuesdays because of this right here. They look at it as a day where on a day that receives double blessing, and so that's why they typically have weddings on Tuesdays or the third day. Now let's go to John chapter 2 real fast. If you guys remember John chapter 2, this is when Jesus was going to the wedding at Cana. In John chapter 2. On John chapter 2, verse 1, thank you, Karen. In John chapter 2, verse 1, it says, on the third day, there was a wedding in Cana, I think I pronounced it wrong. Cana sounded very wrong. A wedding in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Jesus was there. So here on John chapter 2, we are told very specifically that it was the third day. Now that's significant. And so, yeah, I know. Like sometimes, you know, it's the same concept. Like when I read a word, Arkansas, I just want to say Arkansas because I'm reading it properly, and whoever pronounced it that way needs to be slapped. Like, why'd you spell it wrong? If you want to pronounce it wrong, just spell it how you pronounce it. Like, what's going on with this? But here you have the wedding at Cana. And what I want you to be sensitive to in John chapter 2, verse 1 is that this wedding took place on the third day. So we're told that is right there. It is given to us. It's like, hey, just so you know, this wedding was on the third day. Why do we need to know that? Hey, I live in Arkansas. Why do we need to know that it was on the third day? Why is that significant in any kind of way? But we need to be sensitive to whenever we are told a certain detail about the Bible, it is there on purpose. And so even though we might not understand it, there is a reason for it. And so here in John chapter 2, where it says on the third day, there was a wedding in Cana of Galilee, you have that third day, and that is attributed to the third day, which is a Tuesday. Thank you, Bridget. And so this third day, which was a Tuesday, is when that wedding actually took place. Now, what's really interesting about that is if we keep piggyback, let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 3. 1 Corinthians chapter 15. Thank you, Bridget. Catherine, thank you so much for the spicy. 1 Corinthians chapter 3. And in 1 Corinthians chapter 3, it says, "For I delivered to you first of all that which I also received, that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, and that he was buried, and that he rose again the third day." Thank you, Wakey. 002. Man, we got some 003s. We got 002s up in the house. Anyways, my point here is that when you see the third day and you recognize from a Jewish perspective, they associate the third day, Tuesday, as being a day of double blessing. It's really interesting. And I'm not saying that the third day, that when Jesus rose from the dead, was on a Tuesday. I'm just saying that the third day has a, it's interesting how that theme is basically sprinkled all the way throughout the Scriptures. And so, anyways, going back to the way that the Jewish person thinks, like the third day is something that many people recognize as being a day of double blessing, which is why the Jewish people oftentimes get married on Tuesdays, which I think is pretty kind of cool. But by this point here in Genesis chapter 1, verse 9 through 12, you are seeing this perfect environment that is being created for the plants. It's really kind of cool. All the way up until this point, you have light. We don't know what that light was, but it's not the sun. It's a light that gives heat because there was warmth here because there was waters and it wasn't ice. If there wasn't warmth, then it wouldn't be waters, it would be ice. It would say that the Spirit of God hovered over ice, but it didn't say that. It said the Spirit of God hovered over water. So we know that tells us something about temperature. It also tells us that there was light. And so what plants need in order to grow are certain things. There needs to be a certain environment. And so this is what you're getting a picture of that is being created here. There is an environment that is being constructed, that is God is creating. And you have light, you have a certain temperature, which it had to have been warm because the waters were not frozen. Had to be at least, that tells us something. That light gave off heat. And now you're seeing land appear. Now in Genesis chapter 1, verse 9, you're seeing land appear. And when you think about land appearing, now there is the place for the plants to be created on. And so you and I think it's so normal to see plants. Like we see grass, we see trees, we see flowers. This is just normal for you and I to think about this kind of stuff. But if I just gave you a piece of paper and a pencil and I said, create something new. If I said, create something that hasn't been done before. Here you go. Go ahead. like, do you know how difficult that is? Like, what God is doing here, and this doesn't even go into like the molecules. We're not even talking about the molecules, but like just think about what's going on here. There is so much that is taking place. Everything is bouncing off of one another, and it's all being held together by God's word. And it's all growing, and it's crescendo in a crescendo kind of fashion to where man is going to be created. And that is going to be really cool. That's the sixth day, obviously, but we're here in the third day. And the third day, now there is land. And so now there's land here. And so on the land, now God can be like, okay, go ahead, let's get the plants going. And then he creates the plants. But what I want you to recognize, or at least be sensitive to, is that all the way up until this point, Jesus is taking care of something that wasn't even created yet. I really want you to just melt there for a little bit. Let's go to Matthew real quick. Oh man, where is this? We looked at. I thought I can't believe it. Matthew chapter 6. Go to Matthew chapter 6, verse 25. In Matthew chapter 6, verse 25, I can't even come up with a new movie. Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. But in Matthew chapter 6, verse 25, this is Jesus during his Sermon on the Mount. And I need you to recognize what Jesus is saying here. In Matthew chapter 6, verse 25, Jesus says, "Therefore I say to you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or what you will drink, nor about your body, what you will put on. Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothing? Look at the birds of the air, for neither they sow nor reap nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not more value than they?" Now, it's really interesting talking about this because he's talking about how the birds don't gather all of these things. And, like basically, thank you, Bridget. He's talking about how they're not like prepping, like he's not storing up stuff. Like, there's a lot of people in our world right now who are prepping and prepping and prepping, and they have like a bunker for doomsday bunker, and they got like, they're spending their entire life by prepping and preparing and making sure they have all of this, and they're like trying to run scenarios through their mind. And I'm not saying don't prepare, like we need to be prudent, but we don't need to be above and beyond. We need to have some things. That's just being, it goes to the idea of like nobody builds a house or something until they first count the cost. And so we need to always count the cost. And so that's called being good stewards. But as far as being preppers, we don't need to be preppers. We're not here to be preppers. We're not here to be in a cave and hide. We're here to tell people about Jesus. We're here to be viewed. We are supposed to be a walking billboard. Wherever we are, people should be able to get some light on top of them. And that's what we need to be doing. We got to get light on them. And so that's what we should be doing. But here in Matthew chapter 6, verse 27, Jesus continues. He says, "Which of you by worrying can add 1 cubit to his stature? So why do you worry about clothing? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They neither toil nor spin. And yet I say to you that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Now if God so clothes the grass of the field, which today is and tomorrow is thrown into the oven, will he not much more clothe you, O you of little faith? Therefore, do not worry, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we wear? For after all these things the Gentiles seek. For your heavenly Father knows that you need all these things. But seek first the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about its own things. Sufficient the day is its own trouble. Now, what you see here in Matthew chapter 6, verse 25 through 34 is a huge lesson for you and I. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Flying, that is awesome. Thank you so much. That is very kind. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. In Matthew chapter 6 here, we are told to not worry. Now, this is a very difficult thing to do, right? I can tell you, like, if you're going through a storm, me over on this side of the fence, I can say, hey, don't worry about it, right? You just give it to God. But when I'm going through it, now all of a sudden I'm like, oh, wait a second. Now I need to live what I've been saying. And so Jesus is trying to teach his disciples how to think because they were worried. They were worried, right? And they continued to worry all the way, even though they were walking with Jesus. So it's really interesting to see what he's saying here. But I want you to visualize what's happening here as far as through the eyes of the Creator. And I love seeing this because what you see here in Matthew chapter 6 in regards to creation, let's go back to Genesis chapter 1, because in Genesis chapter 1, God is creating the entire environment for the plants before the plants even existed. And so what I want you to walk away from is I want you to see that God was providing for something that wasn't yet even existed. It wasn't yet created, and God was providing for it. Before it was even created, God was setting the scene for it to be provided for. And so that's what here in Matthew chapter 6, when he says, look at the birds of the air, and he says, he says, don't worry. He's basically calming them down. And so view this from the eyes of the Creator. God, he's like, this is fine. He's like, this is okay. Don't worry about that. focusing on what you need to focus on. What do you need to focus on? Is it about your job? Is it about how much money, about the raise? Is it about how many people like you, how many people follow you? Thank you, Bridget. Is it about what kind of clothes you wear, about what your hair looks like, about what your body looks like? Is it about what kind of car you drive, about how big your house is it about how your other house is, how many houses you have? What matters? No. It says seek first the kingdom of God. You see, what happens if we seek God first is that we are naturally going to be living for the Lord, and he's going to bless us abundantly. But people don't want to do that, because if you seek first the kingdom of God, then all of a sudden I'm opening myself up to all kinds of persecution. There's all kinds of terrible things that can be attached to that physically in this world right here. It's like we often forget that we often think that this is our home down here, and that's just incorrect. If you're a born again believer, this is not our home. This world's going away. It's dissolving. You think that there's global warming? It is. There's no saving this earth. It is going to dissolve away. It's literally the earth and all its works in it are going to go away. And so that's why we need to seek first. We need to lay up our treasures up in heaven. There's people who are living for this world and focusing on this world and being very materialistic and the things that they can touch right here and down here, and and how cool they are down here. It's like no. Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. When we seek his righteousness, then we're going to start looking like him. When we look like him, then we're going to be doing what he wanted us to do. We're going to be walking in his will, which is to glorify God. Let your light be so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. There are people who do good works right now, in our opinion, good works, but there's atheists who do good works. There's an atheist who came over a couple years ago and helped me out on my sump pump. He helped install it. Ladybug. My point here is that in the world's opinion, that was a good work. He was doing me a solid. He was doing me a favor. Very kind guy. But it's interesting how that didn't bring any glory to him, because he wasn't born again. He isn't born again. And so if you and I, our good works before Christ are as filthy rags. And that's how God views it. Now, you and I can say, oh, he's a good person, but we're viewing it through our eyes. And so we need to stop thinking how we think. Thank you, Gospeler. We need to stop viewing things through our eyes, and we need to see things through God's eyes. And when we see things through God's eyes, then all of a sudden I need to start living for him, because I recognize it's not about me. And when I recognize it's not about me, then my life changes. And then when I recognize it's not about me, but it's about him, then I start loving on other people, and then I learn to love. And do you know how hard it is to agape? Do you know how hard it is to love in that kind of manner? It's tough, because there's people who come in here and they say something and I just want to be like, And so I'm learning, I'm growing. There's just people in the world who are born again who are just completely, they're not growing. And so since they're not growing, they don't know scripture. They're not, adding to their faith virtue, their virtue knowledge, and their knowledge self-control. They're not building blocks on top of one another in their spiritual growth. And so that's what the author of Hebrews addresses in Hebrews chapter 5. Those people are still just on milk. And so we need to get off of the milk, and we need to go to the meat and potatoes of the thing. Potato? Anyways, Matthew chapter 6, I really, really appreciate what Jesus is saying here, because Jesus is the creator. He's the creator. Colossians chapter 1, verse 16 and 17 tells us that. And so when you see that he is the creator and he's talking about his creation, he's talking about his creation here in Matthew chapter 6. He says, look at the birds of the air. God, Jesus, created the birds of the air in day 3. In day 5. He created the birds of the air in day 5, which is cool. So he's going back to creation. So Jesus here in Matthew chapter 6 is going back to creation. He goes back to creation by talking about the birds, and then he goes back to the plants by talking about the lilies. He brings up plants. He's like, let's go back to day 5 by talking about the birds. Let's go back to day 3 about talking about the plants. He's like, I've taken care of all of these things before they even existed. I created an environment for them before they even existed. If I did that, then why are you worrying? And so it's so difficult to understand and to really just hold on to this, because our bodies and our flesh and our minds and the things that we've been programmed to think are just like, I got to do this. It's like, no. We often don't pray until it's the last resort. We often don't do that until it's the last thing that we can do. It's like, all I can do is pray. It's like, no. That's the most powerful thing. It is the most powerful thing. What do you mean all you can do is pray? That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Praise God for the ability to give him our, so constantly giving, with a supplication, let your request be made known before God. Be anxious for nothing, right? Giving that to the Lord. He allows us to do that. Like, I just didn't blown away by it. And so anyways, Genesis chapter 1, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 9 through 13, you see the plants being introduced. You see the dry land being introduced, and he's dividing. And so in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, all right, Bridget, thank you so much for being here. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 through 13, there's three kind of divisions in a sense. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, and 4 and 5, the first day, God divides the light from the darkness. There's a division there. Division. He's dividing those things. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 6 through 8, you see God dividing the waters from the waters, basically creating the atmosphere. He's dividing those things. That's what he's dividing. And now in Genesis chapter 1, verse 9 through 13, you see God is dividing the ground from the waters. And that's what you see another division. He's allowing the dry land to appear. He says, let the waters, in verse 9, let the waters under heavens be gathered together into one place and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And so he gathered the dry land. He gathered the seas. He separated it all. He's like, this is what it was. And then he said, it is good, which is really, really kind of cool. So that is Genesis chapter 1, verse 9 through 13. And it's just amazing how he's just completely taking care of everything before it even needs to be taken care of, which is remarkable. But let's go back to Job chapter 38 real quick. Job chapter 38, and let's read Job chapter 38, and let's kind of touch on some things, which I think is kind of cool. Job chapter 38, we're going to read this passage. I'm in the wrong book. I was like, that's not right. Where am I at? Job chapter 38. In Job chapter 38, let's read this entire chapter and let's talk about some stuff because I think it's really kind of cool. In Job chapter 38, verse 1, we're going to get the whole feel for it and then we're going to do it again, but we're going to just touch on some certain verses just to kind of get you to appreciate the what's happening here. In Job chapter 38, verse 1, it says, Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, Who is this who darkens counsel by words without knowledge? Now prepare yourself like a man. I will question you, and you shall answer me. Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding. Who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? To what were its foundations fastened? Or who laid its cornerstone when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy? Or who shut in the sea with doors when it burst forth from the womb? When I made the clouds its garment and thick darkness its swaddling band? When I fixed my limit for it and set bars and doors? When I said, This far you may come, but no farther, and here your proud waves must stop? Have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place, that it might take hold of the ends of the earth and the wicked be shaken out of it? It takes on form like clay under a seal and stands out like a garment. From the wicked their light is withheld, and the upraised arm is broken. Have you entered the springs of the sea? Or have you walked in search of the depths? Have the gates of death been revealed to you, or have you seen the doors of the shadow of death? Have you comprehended the breadth of the earth? Tell me, if you know all this. Where is the way to the dwelling of light? And darkness, where is its place, that you may take it to its territory, that you may know the path to its home? Do you know it because you were born then, or because the number of your days is great? Have you entered the treasury of snow? Or have you seen the treasury of hail, which I have reserved for the time of trouble, for the day of battle and war? By what way is light diffused, or the east wind scattered over the earth? Who has divided a channel for the overflowing water, or a path for the thunderbolt, to cause it to rain on a land where there is no one, a wilderness in which there is no man, to satisfy the desolate waste, and cause to spring forth the growth of tender grass? Has the rain a father? Or who has begotten the drops of dew? From whose womb comes the ice? And the frost of heaven, who gives it birth? The waters harden like stone, and the surface of the deep is frozen. Can you bind the cluster of the Pleiades, or loose the belt of Orion? Can you bring out Mazzaroth in its season? Or can you guide the great bear with its cubs? Do you know the ordinances of heaven? Can you set their dominion over the earth? Can you lift up your voice to the clouds, that an abundance of water may cover you? Can you send out lightnings, that they may go and say to you, here we are? Who has put wisdom in the mind? Or who has given understanding to the heart? Who can number the clouds by wisdom? Or who can pour out the bottles of heaven when the dust hardens in clumps and the clods cling together? Can you hunt the prey for the lion, or satisfy the appetite of the young lions when they crouch in their dens or lurk in their lairs to lie in wait? Who provides food for the raven when its young ones cry to God and wonder about for lack of food? Thank you, Gospeler. What is so interesting about this? Yeah, man, thank you so much. I think it's so... Have a good one if you're out of here. Thank you so much. I think it's really cool, this chapter, when you just read it and you just sit back and you're like, my goodness, like this is just absolute poetry. You read this and you're like, what amazing. Thank you, Sandy. This is amazing language that we are reading here. Like, how cool is this? And this is God talking about Job, and he's asking Job questions. He's like, where were you? And so it's fascinating. Like, we need so badly to recognize our place, right? We need to know our place, and our place is to serve God. That's a privilege. Praise God. I love that. Like, I am gonna own that. Some people will be like, oh, servant, yeah, slavery, all this kind of stuff. Hello, Jill. Welcome. Why couldn't they teach this kind of poetry in school? I'm telling you what, it's unbelievable. There's so many amazing things here. So let's talk about some of the stuff. We're just going to fly by some of this, and this is kind of what we're going to kind of end here in Job. In regards to creation, but we're here in Job chapter 38, and we're going to be talking about creation, and this is all going back to creation. And I want to stimulate your mind a little bit to kind of think about some things, because there's some stuff here that just makes your mind just be like, oh wow, oh wow, oh wow, oh wow, like oh wow, right? Like holy smokes, like I don't think about that. And so that's going to be the hope of doing what we're going to be doing here in Job chapter 38. And so we can go ahead and dive on into it, but this is some pretty cool stuff. So just a little review. Job chapter 38, Job is God confronts Job, and he basically calls him out. He's like, where were you, Job? Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? That's what you see in verse 4. In verse 7, you see Job chapter 38, verse 7, God lets us know that the angels were there before he created the earth. And so that's important to understand, because there is an order of operations. The angels were there. They were watching the earth being created. That is really kind of cool. So the angels were watching God do his thing, which was can you imagine? Anyways, then in Job chapter 37, verse 8, we talked about this, about the waters of the great deep bursting forth. We talked about this already, but he used this, the analogy, and he relates it to a pregnant woman, which I think is very, very interesting. In verse 12, Job chapter 38, verse 12, it says, have you commanded the morning since your days began, and caused the dawn to know its place? So what you're seeing here is that we are told that God commanded something. I want you to be sensitive to the word commanded. He used his words. His words. He said something and it happened. I don't think we truly understand how powerful that actually really is. We can say it and we can understand a little bit, But when God commands something, it actually happened. Here he says, have you commanded the morning since your days began? He's bringing it back to creation. He's like, I'm the one who said, let there be light. I'm the one who said, I am the one who called the darkness night and called the day, or called the morning day. He's like, I called them. I named them those things. He's like, I did that. He's like, I commanded that. Have you commanded the morning? No, Job, no, you didn't command anything. You don't have that ability. I do. And so he's putting Job in his place. And it's really kind of cool to see how he's going about it, but he's giving us a lesson on creation here in Job chapter 38. In Job chapter 38, verse 16, he continues on. He says, have you entered the springs of the sea? Now you're all of a sudden in this whole kind of like, what? Like the springs of the sea? What? The springs of the sea? Like when we think about springs of the sea, like I don't know what comes to your mind, but when you think of the sea or the ocean and then the springs of the sea, like there's fresh water in the oceans in some areas. And you just like, where's this fresh water coming from? And so there's a whole bunch of mystery revolving around us that we have no idea. And so you can just dive deep into this kind of stuff and it just opens up your mind of just like, wow, this is wild. And then you just fall down on how awesome God is. And that's just where you want to marinate in. You just be like, God, you're amazing. But in verse 17, Job chapter 38, verse 17, it says, have the gates of death been revealed to you? So there's this gates, the idea of gates. And then it goes on in verse 17, it says, or have you seen the doors of the shadow of death? You know, here he's recognizing death, right? And so death, sin entered, and then death by sin. Because of sin, there's death. And so it's interesting that death is the last enemy. 1 Corinthians chapter 15 talks about how death is the last enemy. If you read Revelation chapter 20, you'll find that death is actually picked up and thrown into the lake of fire because there's not going to be any more death. And so when he throws the death into the lake of fire, I want you to imagine that this is death and I just fling it over there, right? It does. That's the picture of what is going to take place. Death is going away. But there is doors there in a sense. It's really interesting because it's like it basically, in New Jerusalem, if you read Revelation chapter 21, what you see there is that there are gates in order to enter into the New Jerusalem. And there's angels that are posted at each one of those 12 gates. And those 12 gates are named after the 12 tribes. So it's really interesting to see how there is a doorway into it. But here, when you do the reverse kind of side, like that's the new heavens, the new earth, the new Jerusalem, that's the new Jerusalem. But when you do the inverse of that and you think about Hades or death, it seems that there is a doors there. And so it's kind of an interesting picture because when you think about that, thank you, Jill, we don't typically think of that. But it kind of paints a whole different picture because we know that in Revelation chapter 20, when those who are resurrected, who do not put their faith in Jesus Christ, they're going to stand before the great white throne. And so you have this basically picture, if you, for those people who never give put their faith in Jesus Christ, they're going to stand before the great white throne and they're going to be judged according to their works. And so they're going to stand there one by one. Thank you, April. Thank you so much. They're going to stand there one by one, and they're going to basically be sentenced based upon their works, which you don't want to be judged by your works. You want to be judged by the righteousness that Jesus imputes into you and I. And so that's what being born again is when he imputes his righteousness inside you. Thank you, Anita. And so when he looks at you, he sees his son. And that's amazing. And so that's kind of cool. But when you think about death and you kind of flip it upside down as far as what we are going to go into and what then you flip that upside down and you think about these gates. You know, in Matthew chapter 18, I think it talks about the gates of Hades shall not prevail, right? You have these words of doors and gates and whatnot, and you're like, what's going on here? Is this symbolic? Is this literal? And so it's really, really kind of interesting to kind of like try to unpack it a little bit, but it's painting a visual for you one way or the other. But in Job chapter 38, verse 18, he continues on. He says, have you comprehended the breadth of the earth? There's that word breadth. Now, Ephesians chapter 3, I think like verse 18 or 17. Thank you, Anita. In Ephesians chapter 3, Paul says, knowing the length, the height, the depth, or length or height. There's another one. But breadth is one of them, right? And so it's interesting how that is being brought up all the way in the book of Job. And so this was a dimension that was given to us all the way back here in Job which is really, really cool to see. But in verse 19, he says, where is the way to the dwelling of light? The dwelling of light is really cool. Where is the way, Job? Job, where is the way of the dwelling of light? Now, what we talked about before in Genesis chapter 1, verse 3 about in regards to light, we don't even understand it. And it's remarkable to recognize that we don't understand light. But what we do know is that God clothes himself in light. He dwells in unapproachable light, and he is the Father of light. And so when you understand that we don't understand light and that we truly cannot understand God, but that the two seem to go hand in hand, it's just unreal seeing this kind of stuff. And so God asked Job here in Job 38, verse 19, he says, where is the way to the dwelling of light? Let's go to verse 22. In Job chapter 38, verse 22, he continues on and he says, have you entered the treasury of snow? That's interesting. A treasury of snow. You know, when we have snow, we don't think of it as a treasury, because like when you think of a treasury, you open a vault door and you go in and there's gold coins all over the place. That's kind of like, the cartoon version. But the treasury of snow, from God's point of view, he's like, I am in control of everything. And he knows exactly how many snowflakes there are. He's like, there's a treasury of that. He's like, yep, they're going to fall over here. They're going to fall over here. That's under his. It's unreal. It is unreal to see how he sees things. The treasury of snow. There's a treasury of snow. And then he goes on to verse 22 and he says, or have you seen the treasury of hail? Now this one gets real interesting because when you talk about the treasury of hail, he expounds on that. He does not expound on the snow. I think that's important to be sensitive to, but he expounds on the treasury of hail. When he mentions the treasury of snow, he just says, do you know about the treasury of snow? And then he says, what about the treasury of hail, which I have reserved for the time of trouble? Now, why this is so interesting, let's go to Revelation 16, verse 21 real fast. Revelation, we talked about this not too long ago, so if you were here for a study of Revelation, this is probably familiar to your ears. But in Revelation chapter 16, verse 21, in Revelation chapter 16, this is when the bowl judgments are being poured out onto the earth. The bowl judgments end the time of Jacob's trouble. But that doesn't mean that everything is done when the time of Jacob's trouble is done. It just means that the time of Jacob's trouble is done. But it's just the time of Jacob's trouble. The time of Jacob's trouble is done in Revelation chapter 16. But there's still time, there's still things that are going to happen for those who are still on the earth. And the lost people specifically are going to get wrecked. In Revelation chapter 16, verse 21, it says, and great hail from heaven fell upon men, each hailstone about the weight of a talent. Men blasphemed God because of the plague of the hail, since the plague was exceedingly great. What you see here in Revelation chapter 16, verse 21, is the mankind who is still left on the earth. They're going to get just obliterated. They're not going to all die, but those left on the earth are going to get hailstones, and they're 100-pound hailstones that are going to be falling down on the earth. That's crazy. The reason why that's crazy, the reason why hail is interesting, is because what was, when people would blaspheme before in the Old Testament, the punishment for blaspheming God in the Old Testament was to be stoned to death. Now, why I think that's so interesting is because when you look at that in Revelation chapter 16, what you see God doing is that all of the people, all of those hailstones are going to be affecting those who chose the mark of the beast. And so those that chose the mark of the beast are going to be stoned. They're literally going to be stoned to death. But those hailstones, they're going to be the ones because they're the ones who are blaspheming. It's really interesting to see how this all goes hand in hand. Anyways, that's in Job chapter 38. In Job chapter 38, verse 23. In Job chapter 38, verse 23, it says, which I have reserved for the time of trouble and for the day of battle and war. So you're seeing that these hailstones are reserved. These hailstones are in a treasury. Just like, what kind of picture? Amazing, right, Russell? I'm telling you what, it is remarkable to see. Like, God is just like, I got this treasury, I got this treasury. He's like, I know exactly where every single thing is. I'm holding it all together for that time. Remarkable. But then he goes on to verse 24, in Job chapter 38, verse 24 says, by what way is light diffused? Now the word diffused there is divided. So you can kind of work with this however you would like to, but it's crazy no matter how you work it. He says, by what way is light diffused? He's asking Job about light. Now this is remarkable because we don't even know about light. And he's asking Job about light. He's shining a light on how we don't understand the light. And it's just like, man, unreal. It's just unbelievable thinking about this kind of stuff. Like he's asking Job, he's like, hey, by what way is light diffused? Can you imagine being Job, Jared? They'd be like, ha, like I don't understand any of the questions you're asking me right now. And what's interesting about all of these questions, just so you know, I think there's like 77 questions that are actually asked in the last couple chapters of the book of Job, which I think is kind of cool. But in Job chapter 38, verse 25, he continues and he says, who has divided a channel for the overflowing water, or a path for the thunderbolt? You know, when we think of the thunderbolts, we don't think of a path, but God does. You just see how he sees things completely different. You see that he's the one who's in charge. He's like, I'm the one carving that path. He's like, that's me. He's like, I'm in charge of all of this. When we see lightning, it's just like, bam. But what we don't see is what God is doing behind the scenes, and he's just in complete control the entire time. A path for the lightning bolt. Let's go down to verse 29. In Job chapter 38, verse 29, it says, for whose womb comes the ice? Whose womb comes the ice? So now he's introducing ice. Now, why this is so interesting is because when you go back to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, we see that the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. The Spirit of God hovered over the waters. That is very provocative because we already established that it's waters and not ice. So there's a certain temperature that was around during when God first created the heavens and the earth. So there was a temperature and it wasn't freezing because it was waters, right? So it seems to be like a watery planet. But what's interesting about this is who, in Job chapter 38, the question is, who made the waters to freeze? Who told a pond? I want you to think about this. Thank you, Diamond. Who told the waters to freeze? We aren't introduced to cold. The word cold isn't mentioned in the Bible until after the flood. It's not mentioned until after Genesis chapter 7. And so it's interesting to think about cold, because now all of a sudden there was no cold before, or at least mentioned, but it was mentioned after the flood. And so here in Job chapter 38, where you see God talking about whose womb comes the ice, the question I want you to think about is, who told a pond or a body of water to freeze from the top down? Think about that. Why is it freezing from the top down? I want you to just appreciate the reason why it's that way. It's because if it froze from the bottom up, there would be no life in these waters anymore. Life would cease to exist if it froze from the bottom up, because everything would die. But it freezes from the top down. Now that's just a little detail. That is something to pay attention to. It starts from the top down. Ice floats on top of the water. If it started at the bottom, water would freeze all the way up, which means everything in it would die because it would freeze if it was inside that thing, and it would just freeze. But it starts from the top down. So it's just interesting when you start to unpack this kind of stuff. And the question about all of this is not where did life begin? The question should be, where did the information come from? Where did the information for everything to operate the way it's operating, where did that information come from? It's not about where it began, it's about who gave that information. Who is the information source? Who is the source of the information? It's God. And so there's a lot of people who just can't get their minds around that, and that's why they teach evolutionism or the atheism. They don't want to submit to God. And because they don't want to submit, it's because they don't want to live by his rules, and they want to live and they want to do what they want to do, and it's like all this kind of rebellion type of lifestyle. But it's really remarkable. The question is, who gave them the information? Who gave the information to the ice to start from the top and work its way down instead of the bottom and working its way up? That's a small detail to you and I, but it's a huge detail in many kind of environments. Ice on top of the water makes sense to us because we're used to it, but who gave that information to work that way? This is some pretty interesting stuff. Let's go back to Job chapter 38. In Job chapter 38, moving on in verse 31, Job chapter 38, verse 31. Yeah, I deleted it. Yeah, I would too. In Job chapter 38, verse 31, it says, can you bind the cluster of the Pleiades or loose the belt of Orion? Now, what's interesting about the Pleiades and the Orion is that these are two of the constellations that are gravitationally linked. And now that's remarkable when you think about that, because God is having a conversation with Job. He's giving Job information and he's asking Job the question, but Job's the one who's writing it down. The reason why this is interesting is because Job recognized, he had the ability to recognize that the Pleiades and the Orion constellations in the sky are linked together, meaning that wherever they are, they're always together. Wherever they are in the sky, they are always together. Now, the reason why this is important to pay attention to is because how in the world would Job have known this? If God didn't give him this information, how would Job have known this? And so obviously, this is a picture. This is something that we find out with our technology that we have right now, but this was known to Job. And the reason why this was known to Job was because God asked him the question. And so when God asked him the question, Job learned that those things were linked together. And so that's really, really fascinating. In Job chapter 38, verse 32, he continues on. He says, can you bring out the Mazzaroth in its season? Now, the word Mazzaroth here has the idea of the zodiac. It's the 12 signs that people really kind of work around, but it's basically talking about the 36 constellations. There's constellations all over the place. He's saying, can you bring out all these constellations in their season? You know how there's certain constellations in the sky? Well, apparently they have its season, and he's the one who brings them out, which is really kind of cool. And then let's go to verse 36, Job chapter 38, verse 36. In Job chapter 38, verse 36, this one just gets me a little bit, but in Job chapter 38, verse 36, it says, who, God is asking Job, he says, Job, who has put wisdom in the mind? Or who has given understanding to the heart? Now, the reason why I like this one so much is because we don't think of wisdom and understanding very much, but this is a creation. This is a part of the creation. He is allowing you and I to have wisdom and understanding. And so just like what he was going through, God was doing all the way throughout the book of Job, Job chapter 38, he's basically talking about all kinds of creation, different aspects of it, right? The aspects of creation. He talks about the actual creation. He's talking about the angels. He's talking about the environment. He's talking about ice. He's talking about light. He's talking about wind. He's talking about snow. He's talking about hail. He's talking about the stars. And now he brings it down to understanding and wisdom. And so it's really interesting when you start to see how God is talking about understanding and wisdom. He's like, who did that? And so it's really interesting to think about that. That is, when we think of creation, we typically think of all the things that I just talked about. We typically think of the earth, we think of the stars and all this kind of stuff. But when you think about wisdom and understanding being given, that is a part. He injected that into creation. That's crazy. So he's asking Job, he says, who has put wisdom into the mind? That's wild. Because you and I, we just think that this is just natural. Like I wake up and I study and I read and I do this and I listen and I can sing. And this is all because I worked real hard. Who has put wisdom in the mind? Or who has given understanding to the heart? That's just wild to me. That's just wild. That's just crazy to me. Let's go over to Job chapter 38 real fast. Job chapter 38. Yeah, Mark, what's up, man? In Job chapter 28, thanks for being here, by the way. Courtney, yeah, I know. In Job chapter 38, only with a little, he breathed, he uttered his voice and the earth melted. I'm telling you what. In Job chapter 28, verse, Job chapter 28, verse 24. In Job chapter 28, verse 24, it says this, In Job chapter 28, verse 24, it says, "For he looks to the ends of the earth and sees under the whole heavens to establish a weight for the wind and apportion the waters by measure." First off, can we just, thank you, Single Mom Hustle, thank you so much. Can we just appreciate how it says that God established a weight for the wind? I'm just saying, that's crazy. A weight for the wind? Are you kidding me? Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Single Mom. I'm just saying, that's crazy. A weight for the wind? Are you kidding me? Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Single Mom. Can you guys hear that? Can, can you can you hear that? You can hear the music? No. 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 I don't even know what this is playing. What is happening? I think this is like connected to TikTok. Like, so my TikTok, can you, what is, I have no idea what this is. I think this is connected to whatever the last TikTok was. So my TikTok just shut me down. Hold on. Where just shut me down? Hold on. Where'd the Hello? You were in another live? Gone again? It's gone? Okay. In the club? Okay, you guys can hear me? You guys can hear me? No music? Okay, okay. My goodness. Holy smokes. Yeah, so I was talking and my phone just shut down. Like, it literally just took me to my home screen on my phone, like where you can see all the apps and stuff like that. And so I'm like, okay, did I get booted again? And so I go back in to go live again because we weren't done. And it said, "Would you like to resume your live?" And I was like, yes, I would like to resume my live. And I've never seen that before. And so I clicked resume live and then it just started playing music. And I'm like, and then here you guys are. So that's hilarious. I did not expect to see you guys. So that's so funny. So thanks for hanging out, waiting for me to figure it out. I was just like, I don't know what happened, but here we are. And so it started playing music. And so that might have been like when a part of one of the TikToks that was in the background or something like that, because that's happened to me before. And last time I actually don't think you guys were able to hear it, but I'm like, what is going on? One time it was I was Brando. You guys know Brando from Canada. One time when I was going live, you could hear his voice overlaying me. And I was like, this is the most distracted thing ever. I was like, why is this happening? Do you know that? Do you know that Christian rap? I don't even know what song was playing. I was just like, I hope they don't say anything bad because it was not my music. I didn't know what happened, but I was like, surely we're not. Yeah, that's funny. I remember, yeah, distraction. It's funny. At least it was Christian rap. What was it? What was it? I just heard some. I was like, yeah, okay. It's a good thing that this, what's funny is like, I'm glad that I realized that I was actually live because I would have just been like, doing the Carlton. I don't know what it was. Who was it? Somebody knew it was Christian rap. How'd you know? So somebody, if they knew it was Christian rap, they probably recognized the artist. Okay. Something about Jesus pulling us out of the mud. Oh, well, Yahtzee. At least it wasn't Taylor Swift. Sheesh be stomping just in the club. We all fam. Okay. Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much. And we're back, which was really good. Hopefully that didn't mess this up because I was actually wanting to upload this to YouTube. So anyways, we're about done. So if it was going to be the last, I was like, well, we were pretty much done anyways, but it didn't. I actually went to see if it saved it to my live replays. That's where I was gone so long because I was like seeing if it was in my live replay, and it actually wasn't. And I was like, But hopefully if I end it properly, then it will, hopefully it'll upload and I'll be able to save it and upload it to YouTube. Hello, Belinda. The Carlton. Yes. Okay, anyways, what we were talking about in Job chapter 28, verse 24. In Job chapter 28, verse 24, hello, Rachel. It says, for he looks to the ends of the earth and sees under the whole heaven to establish a weight for the wind. So that's what we were talking about before. To establish the weight for the wind. To establish a weight for the wind. When we think about the wind, it's just like, it's not something we consider. Like, this is kind of the stuff that makes you think that his ways are higher than our ways and his thoughts higher than our thoughts. We don't even think that wind has a weight, but this is what we are told, that God established a weight for the wind. That's crazy. That is so cool. This is how his mind works. We're getting a little insight onto what he's in control over. But let's continue on in Job chapter 28, verse 26. In Job chapter 28, verse 26, it says, when he made a law for the rain and a path for the thunderbolt, then he saw wisdom and declared it. He prepared it. Indeed, he searched it out. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? And then in verse 28, it says, and to man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom. And to depart from evil is understanding. You know, we always hear about the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge and wisdom, right? But it says the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom. That is wisdom. And then to depart from evil is understanding. It's really remarkable how this, how we can apply this to our life, because there's Christians, I don't really know if they fear the Lord, because the way that they're living doesn't show understanding. Maybe they don't have understanding. Maybe they have the fear of the Lord, but no understanding. I don't know, but you see what's going on here. The fear of the Lord is wisdom. And to depart from evil is understanding. It's remarkable. But let's go back to verse 26. In Job chapter 28, verse 26, it says, when he made a law for the rain. Now, when we talk about knowledge, wisdom, understanding, when we see verse 26 where it says God made a law for the rain, there's a lot of people who talk about, the law of physics, and there's certain laws that we adhere to, right? But the question on the table is, who made those laws? If there's laws, we coined a phrase, the laws of physics, and there's, certain applications there. But who made the laws, right? God did. Who weighed the weight of the wind? God did. Who laid up the storehouses for the snow? God did. Who laid up the storehouses for the hailstones? God did. You see all of this kind of stuff. This is God, all over the place. And it's really cool. Man, what is going on here? Hopefully it doesn't shut down on me again. But this entire thing is unbelievable. He made a law for the rain. Now, when we think about the rain, there's clouds, right? There's clouds. Rain comes out of clouds. It's like, it's going to rain today. You look at the clouds. Clouds, we just think it's normal to see clouds floating around. That is so much water and moisture and all that kind of stuff that's going on in there. Like, what is a cloud? Like, the cloud just casually just going around, just like, okay. And we're like, yeah, that's normal. This is completely normal. We're just okay with seeing fluffy things flying around over us. Like, okay, yeah. Like, okay, we're cool with this. We're good. Like, okay. And so it's funny because it says in Job 28, verse 26, it says, when he made a law for the rain, he is making a path for the thunderbolt. He is creating the clouds. It's going over here. He waters the earth. He does whatever the earth needs. He's providing for it all over the place. He is in control. So what I want you to appreciate about all of these in Job chapter 28, Job chapter 38, what we're diving into those go back over to what we're talking about in Genesis chapter 1. Genesis chapter 1 is all about creation. God. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. If you have a problem with Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, you're going to have a problem with everything else, because everything stems from God being the creator. God as the creator is just instrumental in our understanding, in our respect, in our fear and wisdom, and all of that stuff stems from that. And so that's why, in my opinion, that is under attack in a very big way. That is why definitions are being redefined and markers are being moved, and the goalposts keep being changed around. And so now we're living in a world where nobody knows what gender they are anymore. Nobody knows who God is, or there's a million gods. How can you know which one is the right one? And all this kind of stuff, and like all of these thoughts. And it's just another drop in the bucket as to why I believe we are living in the last seconds of the last days. I believe that the rapture is going to happen in my lifetime. That's just my opinion. It doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. It's just my own opinion. I'm allowed to have my own opinion, so don't hate me. Oh, pre-tribulation rapture. But it's just crazy to see how everything is just completely on pace. And so when you see how God, all the way back in Genesis 1, when he flung the world into motion, you see that it was ticking in a sense, like a clock. Everything was in place. And when everything was in place, it was in motion. And it was wound up. And then right when sin entered, it started to wind down. And now we're getting to this time in our world to where everything is winding down so much more quickly that it just seems like he's right around the corner. And so the Creator, in Genesis chapter 1, you see here we've covered 13 verses so far. And these 13 verses are just proclaiming what an awesome God we serve. I mean, it is truly unbelievable. I mean, how awesome is this? And so this is under attack, though. But it's under attack, but it's only under attack because it's attack worthy. Satan wants you to not believe any of this, and he wants me to not believe any of this, which is why we need to dive in here and get it all over us, because when we get it all over us, and we're going to go and get it all over somebody else. Awesome, Nancy. Very cool. And so this is awesome. This is awesome. And so it's really, I think really cool how we naturally we covered the book of Revelation. We just finished that. And now we're here in the book of Genesis. So we see how it ends and we see how it begins. And since we know how it ends, we can appreciate how it begins and understand a little bit more. And that is very instructive, I think. So it's really cool to do this kind of stuff. But Genesis chapter 1, we're 13 verses in. And you're just seeing a master at work in this. And it's very, very cool. Hey, Juniper, thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys being here. You never have to be, but I'm thankful for you when you guys do show up. If you guys are looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, maybe consider subscribing. I upload all these to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. We've done Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, all kinds of other books, and they're uploaded to YouTube. If you're trying to get into an actual like a deeper dive kind of Bible study, because that's kind of like how I view it. I view this as a deep dive Bible study. It might not be to you, but it is to me, and a lot of work goes into this. And so it's just a blessing to be able to use this platform to tell people about Jesus. And that's all I want to do. I don't know everything. I'm never going to know everything. I'm not, super smart. I just study and I write things down and I research, I look things up, I track things down. And I try to see a picture, and then I just try to give that picture to you guys so that you guys can work with it. Because there's a lot of stuff, I'm sure people in here who disagree with some of the things I say, but they like a lot of things that I say over here. They're like, I think he was wrong here, but I think this is right. I think this is right, and this is wrong, but this could be right. No, I didn't see this. And so I test all things, hold fast to that which is good. I don't know all the answers. And so this is why it's good to fall down on what I do know. And what I do know is how to know for sure you can get to heaven, which is the most important thing, which is why I keep bringing it back to this. You need to understand how to get to heaven. Most important thing, time is short. One way or the other, whether the Lord tarries or whether he comes back tomorrow, time is short. And how to get to heaven, you need to put your faith in Jesus. For by grace you have been saved through faith. And that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. If you could get to heaven by being a good person, then Jesus didn't need to die on the cross. It is not your works. It is your faith in what Jesus did and your faith in who Jesus is. And so your faith, you are justified by faith. That is what we need to understand. Now, however, after you get justified by faith, then your works need to enter the scene. Your works will then become meaningful. So Ephesians chapter 2, verse 10 talks about how we are created for those good works. We are created for good works. Why were we created for good works? Because our good works are seen by men, and then they are glorified. God gets glory for that. And that's what you see in Matthew chapter 5. It's a whole picture that you're seeing here. But you're not saved by works. You're saved by your faith in Jesus Christ and what he did on the cross. You need to believe that Jesus died on the cross according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. That is everything. And so if you don't need to say a magical prayer, if you don't know Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you don't need to say a certain magical prayer. It's your heart posture before the Lord, and he knows where you're at. And so just give it to him. Talk to him about it. Be like, Lord, I don't know much about the Bible, but I do believe that you are the Son of God. I believe that you died on the cross for my sins. I believe that you were buried. I believe that you rose again on the third day. And I need you, and I need you. I need you. Please save me. Ask him. And so if you put your faith in him, then he will seal you with the Holy Spirit. And it's unbelievable because that's sealed. When that is sealed, he's not leaving. And you are now no longer a son of man, you are a son of God. And then you become a new creation. And then after this happens, he's going to start working on you. He's going to start working and tweaking and tweaking and tweaking and getting this out and getting this out, because the more this crap is in here, the less you look like him. So you got to get that out so you look more like him. And then it's a walk. And so we need to be growing in our walk in Christ. Thank you, Hansonology. Thank you so much. Very, very cool. Thank you, Holly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Galaxy, that's super cool. Nonetheless, thank you, April. Thank you so much. Yeah, glory to God for all that. That's super, very cool. Very cool. I saw a question up here. Yeah, April. Or Amanda, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, glad to help. Go hard in some of your studies are 5 or 6 hours long. Yeah, Brandon. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah. Leah, yeah. Thank you, Anita. Sounds great. I love studies God word. I saw a question up here I was trying to look for. Bit of his creative, beautiful creation, like we serve such a magnificent God. Man, the more knowledge, wisdom, and understanding God Almighty, the appreciate. Oh man, so good. Are you starting over, and what times do you come on? Sheba, that was the question I was looking for. Yeah, Sheba, I try to go live on Tuesday mornings and Friday nights. So that's the idea. By far my favorite fan here on TikTok. Author and finisher of our faith. Amen, Lisa. It's so good. If you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus. Oh, man. So he's, okay, yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, absolutely, Sheba. Yeah, happy to help. Yeah, and if you guys wanted to support this ministry, you guys can do that in multiple different ways. There's ways to, gifts like this. Thank you, Hansonology. You can give gifts like this, but, if you don't like how TikTok takes 50% of those gifts, there's other ways to do that. There's options in my TikTok bio if you would like to support this. Also, I was actually, if you guys go to a church and if your church is support like local or ministries like this or anything like that, and you wanted to throw this out to them to see if they wanted to support in any kind of way, I know that people do that. So if you wanted to throw that out to your church in any kind of way, that is also an option to consider. That would be helpful. We're all working together, hand in hand, same team, same fight kind of idea going on here. And so it's just really cool. I know God provides, and it's just really neat to see how he's working. And so he's really doing some cool things, and I'm blessed by it. It's really humbling. And so, you guys just being here is humbling. The gifts that you guys do send is very humbling, and I'm just very thankful for it. So I'm just more appreciative just for me to be able to learn, honestly, because when I learn, I'm just like, I just get lit up, and it just like puts wind in my sails. And it's really cool. So I'm just blessed all around. So prayer is also a huge thing. So thank you for praying for me if you are doing that. And that's what I got for you guys. That is Genesis chapter 1, verse 3 through 13. So that's some good stuff. If you were here for the entire thing, then cool. And if not, then it'll be up on YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. if you are looking for a verse by verse Bible study. All of these are uploaded there, so you can go check that out if you would like to. Yeah, humble guy. I'm super humble. I'm just thankful to be able to use this platform. I think it really is a privilege, guys. Like, that's how I view it. And so this could be going away. You know, TikTok could be going away. And if it goes away, then you know what? I'll go work over in that part of the field. And if it's not, then I'll go work over in this part of the field. And so it's a huge blessing to be able to take time and dive into it. And I just love telling people about it. I think I'm gonna get breakfast with a guy on Friday, and you know, talk Jesus with him. My dad invited a guy to church that he worked with, and he's like 21 or something like that, so he's younger, and he's like, yeah, I was watching you on YouTube, and I was like, that's super cool. And so he was watching it, and so, you know, it's just kind of cool to see like how my dad was working on him, and like he's watching some of this, so he's learning here, he's learning at church, he's coming to church now, which is super cool. Him and his wife drive an hour or 45 minutes to an hour to get to us, and I'm like, that is crazy. Like, good for you. Because there's people who won't drive 5 minutes down the road to go to church. And I'm like, you're driving 45. I was like, you know, and I understand there's some health issues and people can't physically or, you know, financially afford to drive that far. So I totally get that. So not downplaying somebody else by any means. I'm just saying, you know, kind of giving him a pat on the back for actually wanting to drive that long. That's a long time. I share your studies with everyone. Thank you, Amanda. That's super cool. Are you guys froze again, or is it just me? Am I froze? Oh no. Hopefully it's just you. Anyways, is it frozen for you guys, or was it just her? No. Okay. Thank you, Lori. No. Terry, Nancy, hello. You're good. No, not frozen. Okay. No freezing over here. How's Canada going? All good, Krista? All right. Thank you. Steve, we're good. What's up, Steve? Tony, nope. All right. Well, yeah. If you guys, I uploaded some new things on threadsthatpreach.com. If you wanted to check it out, this is one of those shirts, and there's something on the back. I can't really turn it around right now because, but there's some things there if you guys wanted to go check it out. Something new, and then I'll be adding some more stuff. I actually have some people in here that are trying to help and come up with some ideas, so that's super helpful, and, you know, I appreciate it. There's people wanting to help, and I, you know, and never saw that coming, so I'm blessed by that, so... Canada is freezing again, snow upon snow all over again. Oh no! Win the war. Yeah, win the war. This one's more for the boys. And I really like black and yellow, so that's just like that's my I like those colors a lot. We need to do hourly stretches. Yeah, we do. I'm telling you, after this, I'm going on the floor over there and I'm just laying down and I'm stretching. So don't look. Well, Alberta, anyway. Yeah. Well, man, it's wild. Oh yeah, April, how is your new prime minister? What are your thoughts on him? I'm curious, since you're Canadian. How's it? Make heaven crowded? Yes. Oh, Canada. So many things are happening. He's got ties in WF. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's what I thought. I won't ask. I'm so sorry. We finally got some sunshine today in Kentucky, right, Sheba? It is tariffs. It is. I won't ask. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's like 68 degrees weather here in Ohio, and so that's kind of cool because when you, I'm just like when the weather is nice, everybody just gets so like everybody's just in a better mood. Like when it's like cloudy and stormy and snowy and like you're frozen. Like you're in like a certain mood and you're just like, this is terrible. But like when the sunshine comes out, it's just like, and like, I just can't wait, because one of the things about sun is that it's just so enjoyable. We're just like attracted to it. And that's what's really cool about the new heavens and new earth and new Jerusalem. There's going to be no night. It's just going to be light. And we're just going to be like, this is wonderful. It's 62 in California. No way. Cali cold. Yeah, that is Cali cold, Amber. Holy smokes. 75 in Central Florida. Blocked. Did that? Blocked. Here in Maryland, 68 degrees too. Oof. 75 in Florida. Man, you guys. You should come some vacay at the Solux. 48 in Oregon. There you go. Oh, 25 in North Dakota. Brittany, you need to move. What are you doing? 76 in Texas. Let's go, Texas. See, that's where it's at right there. I'm a big Texas fan. 75 in Florida. 54 up Michigan. Well, all right, guys. Well, 75 in Missouri. What's up, Brandon? Good to see you, man. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you guys so much for being here. The next time that we go live, it's probably, Lord willing, is going to be on Friday. Yeah, send you some sunshine. Ha! Catch it. It's on your way. But it's, Lord willing, going to be on Friday night. And so if you guys want to tackle this again, thanks, Hansonology. I am so curious. That's such a manly name. Why don't I have a manly name? I need to change my name to Sheeshology. Sheesh. Bye, guys. All right, Terry. Thanks for being here. Yes. Did somebody say? Okay. All right, guys. Well, yeah, Lord willing, on Friday, probably around 9:30 p.m., and I will try to put out a little TikTok story. That's my little way of notifying people that I'm live, and that's cool. So, very neat. All right, well, I will see you guys, Lord willing, on Friday, and try to tell somebody about Jesus until then, because we are one day closer to home, and that's exciting. So, all right, see you guys.